So before we discuss the topics, I would say once again that your questions of the geographical areas as well as the current affair issues regarding the environmental issues, your topics even. The last section, if you want to get more clarification in any topic of entire geography. Yes, Rahul? The topic we were discussing, I think, module by module, and one topic we have discussed yesterday, the forest or natural vegetation and wildlife. Yesterday we were discussing regarding the wildlife in Indian scenario, and certain national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, biosphere reserve. We have discussed those remained in current affairs like Kaziranga National Park. Also, we have discussed other than Kaziranga, the Panna National Park, and one more national park remained in news. You can say Sanjay Gandhi. National Park around Mumbai. And why this particular national park remained in news, Sanjay Gandhi? Because surrounding area of Sanjay Gandhi National Park in Maharashtra has been declared as one kind of area that we call eco-sensitive zone, that we even say ESZ. Any one of you can tell me what is the main concept of the eco-sensitive zone? Providing the buffer space around the protected area. For example, if any wildlife sanctuary is there, any national park is there, then we can make one kind of buffer area around the protected area like national park. For example, it is a national park or wildlife sanctuary. Then surrounding area is also important, and this area we should also make a plan here, and this area we call by its name eco-sensitive zone. So to protect the Sanjay Gandhi wildlife zone, it is necessary even to give protection to this area as well. So eco-sensitive zone is, you can say, at the periphery of protected area or PA, like national park or wildlife sanctuary. For example, recently Sanjay Gandhi National Park of Mumbai has seen this kind of declaration of the eco-sensitive zone. Last year, even one more area near Delhi, Okhla Bird Sanctuary, eco-sensitive zone has been declared, in which Yamuna Expressway, this side, the Noida Expressway construction was also restricted. So generally in eco-sensitive zone, which kind of regulation in that area, which kind of protection is given? Basically, we divide in eco-sensitive zone prohibiting activities, regulating activities, and some activities are allowed, not all. So normally in eco-sensitive zone, some activities are prohibiting certain kind of activities. For example, which activities are prohibited in this eco-sensitive zone? Mining, that is quite dangerous. Even you can say establishment of hydropower plant, that is changing the hydrology of that area. Also, you can say some industries, polluting industries. So normally linked with pollution, mining activities, certain kind of industries, even the big projects like hydroelectricity project, these are prohibited in eco-sensitive zone. But certain kind of activities are not prohibited, rather regulated. Regulation, that we call regulatory activities, regulating the activities. So which kind of activities can be allowed? For example, cable, if we want to lay down the cable for transmission. So these are the regulatory, etc. Even some development activities like certain kind of road, etc., which are desirable in that area, that is regulatory. But other activities, you can say, allowed freely in eco-sensitive zone. So eco-sensitive zone is a kind of buffer area at the periphery of protected zone like national park, wildlife sanctuaries, in which certain activities are prohibited, certain activities are regulated, and other activities not causing any pollution, mild scale, no environmental impact, you can say, on this area. Then we even call that this eco-sensitive zone. Any one of you can tell me that Sanjay Gandhi National Park has been declared as eco-sensitive zone in recent time, but this area is also, you can say, in which zone? Western Ghat. Recently, Western Ghat also remained in news. Due to which reason Western Ghat also remained in news? That recommendation of earlier committees on wildlife or biodiversity of Western Ghats, which famous, you can say, Kasturi Rangan and also Madhav Gadgil committee. Madhav Gadgil, a famous environmentalist, and also Kasturi Rangan. So in the past, one committee, Madhav Gadgil, a famous environmentalist, and another later on, Kasturi Rangan Commission. Both recommended in different percentage that activities must be prohibited in that zone, in Western Ghat. But Madhav Gadgil has indicated that most of the area of Western Ghat is so sensitive that prohibition should be of larger size. But Kasturi Rangan diluted that it should be lesser. So recently, the government has, you can say, a kind of draft has been approved by the cabinet committee that Kasturi Rangan recommendation more or less would be, you can say, would be imposed here. And large area of Western Ghats, activities causing pollution, activities causing damage to the environment are prohibited in large area of Western Ghats. Western Ghats have how much kilometer length? Approximately 1600 kilometer length. From how many states? Gujarat to Kerala. Across, you can say, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. 6 states are there. And in Western Ghat area, every state is more or less, you can say, ready to accept the zone that is mainly based upon Kasturi Rangan. You can say the kind of area, you can say eco-sensitive zone kind of zone in which prohibition of number of activities. But Kerala has raised the objection that a lot of area, if will be protected in that manner in Western Ghats, then industries of Kerala and other activities of Kerala would be badly affected. Therefore, Kerala is asking more, you can say, zone free from these kind of activities. So some activity should be allowed in Kerala as Kerala's demand. So Western Ghats, once again important in India due to recently the acceptance of the government regarding the eco-sensitive zone in Western Ghat area where number of activities are not allowed. But Kerala has raised the objection on this part. Any other issue regarding the Western Ghat area, any national park of Western Ghat area remained in use? Yes, Agastya Malai zone that has been declared as Biosphere Reserve, recognized by UNESCO. Agastya Malai in which two areas? Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu. Kerala, Tamil Nadu boundary Agastya Malai, and UNESCO has recognized Agastya Malai as 10th Biosphere Reserve, recognized by UNESCO. Before that, UNESCO has recognized which particular biosphere reserve? UNESCO has recognized Great Nicobar, right? It was 10th biosphere reserve recognized by UNESCO. Overall in India, how many biosphere reserve we have? 18, but 8 are yet to be recognized by UNESCO. For example, Rann of Kutch, no recognition. Manas, no recognition. Also Panna, no recognition. 10 are recognized, 8 are yet to be recognized. So Agastyamalai recently has, you can say, fulfilled the kind of parameter required for UNESCO recognition, Agastyamalai. In Western Ghat area, one more national park of the Kerala, Idukki National Park, Kerala, in which one kind of survey took place about the bird, you can say, counting the birds. In Idukki National Park. Idukki National Park in Kerala also remained in news due to survey regarding the birds, etc. So, kind of zone you can draw in the map in one which important area remained in news a lot. And in wildlife, also Haryana remained in news. Which place of Haryana? Pinjore. Due to which reason? In Pinjore area, especially for scavengers, vulture. So first you can say a kind of area in Pinjore for vulture, yes, for reintroduction of the vulture in that area, and certain kind of vultures which are critically endangered. For example, one name is vulture, which vulture? Jib vulture, which are critically endangered, and some Himalayan vulture, or also called as griffon vulture, have been introduced in Pinjore area. But griffon vulture, unlike jib vulture, these are vulnerable rather than critically endangered. So these vulture also you can say. So in Pinjore area, that is basically natural habitat or captivity. Captivity. So captive breeding, you can say this one. That is not their natural habitat, but through captive breeding, you can say numbers of vultures to be increased in our Pinjore area. So vulture are very important part of the food chain, basically consuming the dead bodies and then helping in decomposition, you can see. India is having number of vultures, those are in critically endangered species. For example, one famous critically endangered red-headed vulture, critically endangered. So many vultures of India, number of vultures declined considerably in India in the past. Any one of you can tell me the reason why vulture decreasing in numbers? Due to diclofenac used in cattle, especially for anti-inflammation drug. Then diclofenac so much in the dead bodies of the cattle. Once vultures consuming the cattle bodies after their death, then it is also entering their body, because diclofenac is which kind of pollutant? Degradable, non-degradable? Non-degradable. So basically it is accumulating in their bodies through food chain in large number, large quantity. That we call even which kind of biomagnification of diclofenac, biomagnification, in which non-degradable pollutant increasing a lot in the high carnivorous or top carnivorous. So vultures, if consuming in their lifetime 10 cattle, then entire amount of 10 cattle diclofenac will also enter their body. You can say that is magnified then. Then their number have decreased considerably by consuming all these. Certain kind of species, certain kind of you can say wildlife remained in use due to the new finding in India. For example, in South India, 4 miniature frogs also spotted Miniature is frogs means very small size in millimeter. And the name of the frogs like red cliff frog, in which area? 4 miniature frogs in Western Ghat area. Red cliff frog, and number of the frog, but their size is very, very small in millimeter rather than centimeter even. So miniature frogs, you can say 4 miniature frog species found in Western Ghat area. Even in Sikkim, one more species have been identified, Paika. In Sikkim, Paika is basically very similar to which kind of mammal? Rabbit and hare. So Paika, that is very similar to rabbit and hare. This mammal has been found in Sikkim area. So new species, Paika species of this kind discovered in Sikkim area. After this part of wildlife or natural vegetation, now we can discuss the next part. Yesterday, I think we have discussed mainly wildlife. The new topic after that, some issues of environmental aspects or other scheme in agriculture. In agriculture, throughout the last year and this year, particularly more focus has been on some yojana, and I am sure that you know more about these yojana in agriculture. That one issue that always has drawn the attention of the scholars, that is water crisis or declining water table in India, especially groundwater table is declining rapidly, and due to that irrigation fact, you can say. So water table is declining in India, especially which India maximum declining? Northwest India, due to excessive groundwater depletion through tube well irrigation. Unfortunately, we are losing the water in that area where water was already lesser. Northwest India is not receiving much rainfall. And that's why in agriculture, not only Northwest India, but we are observing also crisis of water in which area? Bundelkhand, Marathwada and Vidarbh area of Maharashtra. Marathwada and Vidarbh area. Also, you can say Telangana area. Can you tell me which kind of program of the government to deal with the water crisis in these areas and then to promote the agriculture in these areas? As far as Bundelkhand is concerned, then we are observing that ponds are being dug, ponds digging to store which water? Rainwater in Bundelkhand. Even one more thing we have discussed, canal construction. Which canal construction? Via Panna National Park, Ken-Betwa link canal. That is that will take time, but digging the ponds under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme and then conserving the water, storing the rainwater in Bundelkhand area. But in Maharashtra area, state government of Maharashtra also launched very ambitious program to make Maharashtra drought proof, Jal Yukt Shivar. So also this yojana of Maharashtra government remained in news a lot, Jal Yukt Shivar, because Maharashtra has seen drought in Marathwada for 3 years consecutively. 13, 14, 15 have been the drought year for Marathwada. That's why Jal Yukt Shivar Yojana to make Maharashtra drought proof. This Yojana of Maharashtra government, Jal Yukt Shivar, could you tell me that this Yojana is trying to increase which thing? Recharging of groundwater recharging. recharging of groundwater, and also you can say focusing on which harvesting, rainwater harvesting. Jaluk Shivar, even which kind of development? Watershed development, so that Maharashtra could be which kind of state? Drought proof. Thousand of crore scheme Jal Yug Shivar, but reports are coming, the kind of results people were expecting could not be produced in Maharashtra. So Jal Yug Shivar, though very ambitious program of Maharashtra government, but till now the kind of results are required, we are not observing that. Unlike that, one more Yojana launched in Telangana, that is Kakatiya Yojana. Which Yojana? Kakatiya Yojana. That this Kakatiya Yojana of Telangana linked with water and focused on tank irrigation. Which kind of irrigation? Tank irrigation, and old tank in harder rock of Telangana, Peninsula Plateau, in which hard rock area earlier was used to store the water. Then old tanks restoration to collect the water in that zone, and we are observing that due to this Yojana, Kakatiya Yojana in Telangana, tank restoration program and irrigation facility is being provided to the farmer of Telangana. So Kakatiya remains quite successful. As successful stories we are listening nowadays of Telangana state, especially based upon tank restoration. In Bundelkhand, mainly pond digging, because Bundelkhand area, you can say, rather than tank irrigation, pond irrigation in surrounding area. And Jal Yug Shivar in which area? Marathwada, Vidarbh area of Maharashtra, in which focus on recharging of groundwater and rainwater harvesting and watershed development. Could you tell me that these are the state specific, you can say, programs, but central government, union government also focused on water issue of agriculture by announcing which Yojana? Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, PMKSY in 2015. What was the main aim of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana? Har khet ko pani and per drop more crop. So two major, you can say, PMKSY. One is per drop more crop, and also har khet ko pani. PMKSY launched in 2015, but PMKSY is basically a kind of comprehensive, holistic program in which already existing programs like accelerated irrigation benefit program, like on-farm scheme, like integrated watershed development program were merged together, and number of ministries were there already. So it is basically a kind of bringing the system under one umbrella rather than different ministries, different work. So PMKSY holistic and integrated approach in which per drop more crop, har khet ko pani, by integrating already existing program under one umbrella. Some programs were running under Ministry of Agriculture. Some programs were basically under Ministry of Water Resources. So some program Ministry of Rural Development. So these were brought into one scheme, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. In that per drop more crop, for that which kind of irrigation program? Promotion of micro irrigation. As you know that in our country we are focusing on drip irrigation. That is a model of the Israel. Number of the government, state government of India even taking the help of Israel. And also other than drip irrigation, sprinkler. In drip irrigation, most effective irrigation you can consider, that is part of per drop more crop. In har khet ko pani, you can say that number of wells digging, well digging, rainwater harvesting. We are observing that government has focused a lot on irrigation part, because we are observing one thing in India: due to climate change, global warming, due to tropical climate, more water loss in soil, water evaporation is more. So problem would be of irrigation a lot in upcoming future, not right now, even future this problem would be further aggravated. Therefore, we have to make the holistic planning for irrigation. Unfortunately, in India, around how much area is irrigated? 40% mainly by canal, tube well, etc. Tube well irrigation, canal irrigation. 40 to 45% area of India is irrigated, but it has to be increased. It means maximum area of India is still rain fed. So 40 to 45% area is irrigated, but maximum area, more than half area of India is still rain fed. That we even call by which name? Dry land farming. Dependent upon water, monsoon water. So micro irrigation scheme quite important here. But other than drip irrigation, even pending canal projects, pending canal project completion, even under one scheme AIBP. AIBP means A for accelerated, I for irrigation, accelerated irrigation benefit program. So pending canal project completion. So canal construction in India basically promoted, or pending work is promoted? Pending work. Otherwise, we are observing that canal construction of the past not very effective solution of water crisis. Because in canal, we are observing normally in canal area, salinity is increasing. Due to more percolation of the water, soil is becoming saline, either Indira Gandhi Canal or other canal of Punjab, Haryana and Western UP, even in Rajasthan. But already how much, you can say a lot of money has been, you can say, already spent, then pending canal project we can complete. So a lot of focus on pending project rather than the new construction of the canal in India. But which kind of irrigation we are promoting nowadays? New micro irrigation. So one area would be water crisis. For that we have PMKSY. Any other kind of scheme in India? You all know which scheme? PMFBY of Feb 2016. This Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. That is ensuring that farmers should pay minimum, you can say minimum premium. That is hardly 1.5% for Rabi crop. That is based upon irrigation a lot, and 2% for Rabi, 1.5%, 2% for Kharif, that is based upon mainly monsoon, and 5% for commercial crop like horticulture, etc. Those are more, you can say, perishable crop and easily get damage. So 5% premium. So it is very less amount for the farmer. Rest of the amount government will pay on the behalf of the farmer, in which 50% share of the center, 50% share of the state. So it would be a win-win situation, and we will give the, you can say, kind of feeling to the farmer. In case your crop get damaged, you need not to worry. Crop damage is basically through natural disaster like drought, like flood, etc. Even diseases, you can say. But we need which kind of thing in PMFBY? We have to use which technology? Smartphone, drone, and also satellite technology to assess the crop damage, so that early compensation could be provided to the farmer. Compensation should be given by insurance companies, but as early as possible by using which technology? Drone, even smartphone. Pictures could be taken up and these scheme could be sent. Even you can say using remote sensing satellite technology. So PMFBY is also very important yojana, and farmers could not having fear to raise the crop through this. Even recent time, you can say in agriculture, in marketing, which yojana going on? ENAM, you can say clubbing all the agriculture mandis by bringing change in APMC, and state governments, those registering earlier, it is being recommended that should be one agriculture mandi in future. So ENAM also remained in use. This part has been discussed a lot, I think, in your economics portion. Any other yojana is going on in Indian agriculture other than that? Also promotion to which farming? Organic farming. Can you tell me organic farming is promoted in which state of India? Northeast. What has been the reason to promote the organic farming in Northeast? Because already in that area, less chemical fertilizer, less chemical pesticide they use. So their soil is mainly having very less chemical content already. So if we say that in Punjab area we go for organic farming. So in Punjab soil in which we have pumped lot of chemical fertilizer and chemical pesticide in the past, then can we call that without any fertilizer even we raise the crop, will it be free from you can say chemical content? In soil lot of chemical content already there. To detoxify the soil of the Punjab Haryana will take time, but in Northeast less chemical fertilizer have been used in the past, then these could be better known for organic farming, in which state has taken the lead? Sikkim. So Sikkim has been declared as the state for organic farming in our country. So Sikkim has taken the lead, even Meghalaya in present time. So Northeast is the best area for organic farming. But definitely in organic farming, we focus on which kind of fertilizer? Biofertilizer, biopesticide. Anyone of you can tell me that it means that we do not use any chemical fertilizer, any chemical pesticide in organic farming? Or you can say more restriction on chemical fertilizer and pesticide, more restriction. So that is very important. To say it is 100% organic, it is wrong thing. Farmers would not raise the crop without chemical fertilizer. Fertilizers are required, chemical fertilizer, but highly restricted. Their use and promotion to more biofertilizer, biopesticide in organic farming. Even in India, we are observing that focus is also one more way to increase the income of the farmer, to make the farmer income double by 2022, and for that even crop diversification, increasing the farmer income by 2022, doubling the farmer income. Crop diversification would be very much important for that. In crop diversification, to increase the income of the farmer, which kind of crops are being discussed? Pulses crop, oilseeds crop, rather than simply wheat and rice. Monoculture in wheat and rice did not improve the condition of the farmer, rather deteriorated the condition of the farmer. Any one of you can tell me pulses, oilseed, even the horticulture crop, market rates are high, market rate is less? Market rates are high. Only which thing government has to do in these areas? If we want to promote crop diversification in our country, to increase the income of the farmer and to make farming also more sustainable agriculture, because pulses, oilseed, horticulture crop will not be much burden on the water. Less water is required for these crop, and more employment generation in these crop. Small and marginal farmers are engaged in these crop. So generally these kind of farming is done by rich farmer or small and marginal? Small and marginal farmer. So easily their income could be doubled. So rather than wheat and rice promotion of these, but what government can provide incentive for raising these crop? By increasing minimum support prices and strengthening procurement. Strengthen procurement and also increasing the MSP. Farmers continuously say that whatever they raise the crop, they must be getting profit at least 50% on input cost. And they say that our MSP or minimum support prices should be basically declared on this basis. Which basis? That whatever input cost is there of raising the crop, they need above that 50% profit on that. For example, if they invest 20,000 rupees, then they need 10,000 rupees as a profit at least. So accordingly, MSP must be declared. But in India, MSP is mainly declared by the perspective of consumer rather than the farmer. So farmers are saying that to make the business profitable, we need this kind of 50% profit above the input cost. So MSP for pulses, for example, last year around 5,000 rupees per quintal, but farmers are demanding 5,000, 7,000 rupees, 7,000 around. So that is very genuine demand of the farmer, and government is thinking about that, how to make the system in that way in which 50% profit would be given above the input cost and declaring the MSP in that way, so that farmer could sell their crop to the government outlet in that prices. And in these kind of crop, even government has to ensure which kind of thing, even irrigation. Which irrigation? Micro irrigation. Government has to provide you can subsidy on the equipment of the micro irrigation. So these things are being done by the government. Horticulture, we need micro irrigation. Horticulture in India, if I want to know, even the Kurukshetra of this particular month was also linked with horticulture. Then in horticulture, we include which crops? Fruits, vegetables, flowers, even sericulture we include. Number we can say the horticulture crops mainly based upon vegetable, fruits, also flowers, and even honey bee, etc. Some activities. So could you tell me, horticulture crops are providing more employment, less employment in India? These require a lot of care. So basically, a lot of farmers will be getting employment if India is shifting towards the horticulture crop. Then employment generation will be huge. So one advantage of horticulture, employment generation in the rural area. First is, second thing about horticulture crop, that market prices of these crops are even high. And also to ensure food security or nutritional security, we will be getting you can say food from wheat and rice, but until we eat or consume proper fruits and vegetable, mineral deficiency, so nutritional deficiency we want to reduce, then we need horticulture crop, nutritional security. So more employment, more nutritional security, and high market prices or income of the farmer would increase considerably. Fortunately, from 5 years, we are observing continuously that horticulture crop production in India increasing. Around 30% share in the agriculture GDP is coming from horticulture. So 30% share in which GDP? Agriculture GDP is basically contributed by horticulture. And what is the, you can say, the total weight of the horticulture crop, including these crops? Approximately 280 million ton. That is more than food grain crop or less than food grain crop? More than food grain crop. So in present time, we are observing that horticulture crop, as far as weight is concerned, more than food grain crop. So definitely farmers are ready for horticulture. They need cold storage facility because it is perishable. They need good quality plant so that production could be increased. So India, you can say, even discuss in horticulture that it is basically silent revolution sometimes we say about the horticulture. Farmers are ready for that. Only some, if things we fulfill the concerns of the farmer, good quality plant, cold storage facility, etc., then definitely farmer will bring this kind of revolution in horticulture. Which kind of mission is going on in India regarding horticulture? National Integrated Mission for Horticulture. Already running schemes have been clubbed together into which mission? NIMH. One question is expected on this particular part, horticulture, National Integrated Mission on Horticulture. Which kind of integration has been done in NIMH or National Integrated Mission for this horticulture? Already running schemes, NHB or NHM, National Horticulture Mission. National Horticulture Mission has been subsumed in NIMH. Also, National Horticulture Board, even one kind of board, cotton development, this not you can say coconut development board, national you can say one kind of mission, bamboo mission. So bamboo is also included in this kind of mission. So National Bamboo Mission and Coconut Development Board, etc., and National Horticulture Board, and National Horticulture Mission, all have been merged into which Yojana? NIMH. And also one more Yojana was running in Northeast separately, Horticulture Mission for Northeastern State and Himalayan Zone. And this Yojana also merged into this part in NIMH. Horticulture mission in which area? Northeastern area and other Himalayan zone. Horticulture mission for Northeast and in Himalayan zone already also merged into that. So rather than number of programs in horticulture, only which mission we have now? NIMH, National Integrated Mission on Horticulture, in which number of already running programs have been merged. Other than this part, in agriculture, number of other issues like food processing industries, etc., focus is there. So purpose of present time in policy, how to increase the income of the farmer, focusing on irrigation, focusing on insurance and compensation, focusing on, you can say, diversification like horticulture, and better integration, holistic fashion, in which all the ministries are coordinating with each other. Unfortunately, what we are observing till now, that income of farmer is not going to increase much due to number of reasons. One reason is drought, climate change, and other challenges also. You can say prices in the market fluctuating a lot, volatile prices we are observing. So India can't achieve second green revolution without bringing changes in our agriculture. Certain Yojana government launch, but certain other things are to be required. And second green revolution, if I say, is in process rather than already, you can say, finished. So rather than, if we talk about which kind of revolution we needed in our country, second green revolution, and we are observing the initial phase of the second green revolution in our country, in which PMKSY, PMFBY, ENAM, and NIMH, etc., will help a lot. Okay, other than this part of agriculture, in agriculture, one kind of agriculture even being discussed in India. Which agriculture? Sustainable agriculture. And one mission is there in India, national mission for sustainable agriculture. Under which plan? Under National Action Plan on Climate Change. So one climate change angle is given, National Action Plan on Climate Change. That is also called in short form NAPCC in 2008. Under 2008 to deal with climate change, 8 plan or 8 mission were included. In that, one mission was National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture. What is the purpose of sustainable agriculture? Is it organic farming, or is the larger version the organic farming? Larger version, in which we consider conservation of water based upon micro irrigation, in which we consider drought resistant variety, in which we consider variety of the seed should be handling the climate change, and also you can say agriculture should be profitable for the farmer in long run without damaging the environment. So sustainable agriculture is not only organic farming, even beyond that. And we conserve the resources, for example water resource, and we go for good quality seed. And one kind of yojana is also running in India, sustainable agriculture, Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, in which we are also you can say focusing on older kind of practices of country. Could you tell me that in sustainable agriculture nowadays, in which kind of Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, rather than plowing a lot, we are discussing which kind of technique? Zero tillage. Zero tillage means that tilling is more or tilling is negligible. Tilling is what? Breaking the soil. Breaking the soil will definitely help, we consider. But in dry land area and where soil erosion is more, once we break the soil, then what would happen? Moisture would be easily evaporated and water loss would be easy. And generally in dry land area, which kind of farming we should promote? Tilling or zero tillage? Zero tillage or no tillage. So this must be promoted. So these all are, you can say, organic farming, zero tillage, water conservation, micro irrigation, all are part of sustainable agriculture, providing drought resistant varieties. So once you feel the agriculture, which are the issues, then number of programs are running. You can connect those programs with this. For water issue, you can focus on PMKSY. For volatile nature, you can focus on PMFBY. For marketing purpose, you can focus on ENAM. And for providing holistic approach, you can focus on crop diversification and sustainable agriculture. After this part of agriculture, we can discuss also one more area, that we say energy aspect. It also remained in news a lot, the energy aspect. Yes. From Aurangabad, one question is there: what is factory farming and truck farming? Actually, factory farming or truck farming, a concept of the developed countries, USA, etc., in which focus was given on horticulture crop, perishable goods, perishable crop, for example, vegetable and fruits. These are grown around the city, around the urban area, because maximum consumption of horticulture crop like vegetable and fruit, they demand in which area? City area. City people basically having, you can say, more fruits in their food items, also more vegetable. So that time to provide easy access for perishable crops like fruits and vegetable to the city, they call it truck farming or factory farming. So truck farming or factory farming is linked with which kind of agriculture? Horticulture. especially for which country? Developed country like USA. For which area? City area. By providing faster transportation through trucks or factory farming or truck farming with this. Now, if we focus on energy part, then a kind of recent idea of the energy we must definitely requiring. And nowadays, recently, Ministry of Power has indicated one thing, that in 2017, recently one announcement came from the Ministry of Power. First time India became exporter of electricity rather than importer. So which status India got? Exporter rather than importer. Net exporter than net import. Earlier, more electricity was required, and we have taken the electricity through plant of Nepal, plant of Bhutan. But in present time, energy situation is improving in India, and India is exporting even electricity to which kind of countries? Nepal even. Nepal is purchasing electricity from India, and also Bangladesh. So Nepal, Bangladesh, two countries are purchasing electricity from India, but we are importing only from one country. Which country? Bhutan. India established even some plant in which country? Salma hydropower project, Afghanistan. So one project India established, Salma hydropower project of Afghanistan, you can say. So India is establishing hydropower plants. Can you tell me, India also established hydropower plant in Nepal? India also established hydropower plant in Bhutan. But overall, are we taking more electricity from Bhutan? We are giving more electricity to Bhutan. We are importing the electricity from Bhutan, but we are giving electricity to Bangladesh and Nepal. Overall, we are net exporter than the importer, in especially due to which energy? Hydropower. Now, if I say, whenever we say energy, we discuss a number of kind of energy scenario in our country. And if we focus on energy, then we divide energy normally in two parts, conventional and non-conventional. Normally, under non-conventional, we keep renewable kind of energy. Which kind of energy? Renewable. Any one of you can tell me which renewable we include under non-conventional? We include solar, wind, biomass, and also you can say other than that, small hydropower project. Small hydropower project. Any one of you can tell me, to declare small hydropower project, it should be having how much capacity? Less than 25 megawatt. So any plant that is 25 megawatt or less than that, then it would be kept in this category, small hydro. But as soon as it is more than 25 megawatt in India, it is declared in large hydro, small hydro. Large hydro. Actually, in India, we have one kind of definition: small hydro, mini hydro, micro hydro. Up to 100 kilowatt, it is micro. 100 to 2000 kilowatt, it is mini. And 2000 to 25,000 kilowatt, that is, you can say, the small hydro. So, small hydro, even one more kind of project we call mini. Mini hydropower plants are, these are more than 2 megawatt. But up to how much you can say? That is up to 2 megawatt here. And small hydro, 2 to 25 megawatt. And micro, you can say 100 kilowatt, or you can say 100 kilowatt to 2 megawatt, that is micro. So could you tell me 100 kilowatt and this kind of electricity, mini, micro, but all together you can consider, we consider which energy? Renewable kind of energy. and also sometimes we call new and renewable energy. New means conventional, non-conventional. Non-conventional. Under which ministry? Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. These four kind of power we are generating in our country, but other kind of new and renewable energy, non-conventional, we are doing research, especially on which particular part we are doing research? Tidal, hydro, hydrogen based, also you can say wave based, also geothermal. So these are mainly, you can say, more research work rather than the commercial energy. Commercial energy we are deriving from these sources. Any one of you can tell me in conventional, we keep which kind of energy in conventional? Thermal. Also, which energy other than thermal? Also, large hydro, small hydro. Large hydro, and other than large hydro, nuclear. Large hydro means more than 25 megawatt plant, and nuclear, thermal, all three. And these conventional under which ministry? Ministry of Power. Any one of you can tell me that share of conventional is very high in our country. Share of thermal has reached to how much in India? In installed capacity in 2017 March, it has reached to 215 gigawatt around. 215 gigawatt means 2,15,000 megawatt. So approximately thermal power reached to 215 megawatt. You can say thermal power is mainly based upon which kind of coal. Also in India we are using natural gas and even diesel. Can you tell me that mainly our thermal power plant are running by which way? By coal. Could you tell me coal production in India is mainly done for three purposes: one for thermal power plant, and one for steel plant, one for cement plant. In recent time, we are increasing our production, decreasing our production. In recent time, despite the climate change, we are increasing our production. So we are observing that production has been increasing in India of the coal, and we are importing less and less coal due to which policy? Auction policy in coal sector. So number of private sector companies are involved in the coal mining in recent time other than Coal India Limited. So we are observing more production. It means we are importing more coal, less coal nowadays. Less coal. Indonesia, Australia providing a lot of coal to India in the past. And we have purchased as much as 20% demand of the coal from these countries. But last year report came, 2016 report came in 2017, that we imported very little amount of coal from Australia and Indonesia. It means we have increased our coal demand by producing more, and excessive coal mining in India, especially by which way we do the coal mining, especially in Jharkhand area, open pit mining. And one accident even took place in the past you can say Lal Matia mine. Number of laborers died in this mine by the collapse of this mine. In debris, laborers were died. So coal mining is very unsafe mining, we say. Sometime due to the which reason? Fire in the coal mining area, as in Jharia we are observing. Also you can say collapse of Lal Matia mine in Jharkhand area, one district in Jharkhand, Goda district, Jharkhand, Lal Matia mine accident. So it remained in news, Lal Matia mine. So in India, we are observing more accident in which state in coal mining area? Jharkhand. Can you tell me that in future, after 10 to 20 years or one decade after, coal production would increase in our country, decrease in our country? Decrease in our country. What has been the reason the decreasing coal production in our country in future? Yes? Due to Paris Agreement, or due to you can say comply with compliance of the Paris Agreement climate change norms, we have to reduce the coal production. Second important reason is what? Very surprisingly, one report came recently, few months, you can say 2 months back, by Ministry of Power, that in India thermal power plant production cost and solar power plant production cost has become almost similar. If solar companies will sell the power at the around same prices as thermal power, then government will promote which kind of power then? Solar power. So we have seen that solar power cost 2.97 rupees per unit even, almost same as thermal power. So we are observing one amazing scenario that other power also have become quite cheaper. So it is being said that in future, whichever companies will install more thermal power plant, they would be in huge losses, huge profit, huge losses. So now either Coal India Limited company that is involved in coal extraction, or you can say kind of companies NTPC and Adani Group, all are considering one thing, that coal based plant will not be the future in India due to two reasons. One is climate change compliance or Paris Summit compliance, as well as the reduction of the prices of the other power as well. Power cost is reducing. That's why consumer will get even the cleaner fuel or cleaner energy in less rate, and that will basically discourage thermal power in future. So that is very good scenario. Even for Paris Summit and climate change, government has also imposed which tax on coal production? Carbon tax. That is how much? 400 rupees per ton. Earlier it was 200 rupees. It has been doubled. So 400 rupees now being charged on extraction of the coal in our country. So presently, though we are observing a lot of production due to auction provision, but within 5-10 years we will observe that coal production will go down. Due to which reason? The demand would be fulfilled by other ways as well, by solar, by wind at cheaper rate. So no meaning of the thermal power plant establishment in India. So number of companies, Reliance, Adani, now changing their policy. And even if I say that coal will be reduced, but which kind of energy can be used for thermal power? Natural gas. Because natural gas is more clean, you can say cleaner or polluting, cleaner. So in India, new thermal power plant even being established on which basis? Natural gas based. Those are cleaner kind than the coal. So promotion to natural gas over coal in thermal power plant. So natural gas is being promoted in our country. Natural gas prices also declining or increasing in international market. Declining due to which gas? Shale gas. So in international market overall, natural gas prices also decline with crude oil. So we are getting cheaper natural gas, and you can say other energy also become cheaper. That's why coal-based power plant will not be the future in our country. So overall, if I say thermal power plants based upon coal will not be the future, other plants in future. If I say large hydro in India, a big plant like Tehri Dam, Bhagla Nangal Dam, also you can say Nagarjuna Sagar Dam, Subansiri Dam, number of dams in India, you can say approximately how much installation of large hydro? Approximately 43 gigawatt by large hydro. Could you tell me large hydro is also a good option, or being considered as environmental damaging, a lot of deforestation, and we are observing even dam construction in Uttarakhand has been one of the reason of Kedarnath flood. Due to dam construction, what we do, we basically dig the land a lot, and the debris of this then thrown to the river valley. Then river valleys are being encroached by debris, and then flood is quite common. So hydropower plant is a large hydro is not a good solution for Himalayan zone as well. So we are even discouraging the large hydro in present time. So if I want to know in 5 or 6 years, more increase of large hydro or very small increase in large hydro? Very small increase in large hydro. So thermal large hydro time now you can say in declining mode in future. So after 20 or 30 years in India, a lot of decrease in thermal and large hydro. But nuclear on the other hand, we are promoting or we are discouraging? We are promoting. What has been the reason? Because nuclear power plant, you can say, highly efficient plant, as well as they could be used with little amount of fuel like uranium, etc. And which plants we have recently discussed a lot in nuclear power. One plant that recently started despite some protests due to nuclear radiation, in which area? Tamil Nadu, Kudankulam. And another plant, proposed plant that has been discussed a lot, Kudankulam in Tamil Nadu, southern Tamil Nadu, Tirunelveli district. Which country is promoting this plant? Russia. But this plant is belonging to which corporation? NPCIL. All the plant of nuclear power till now, all are belonging to NPCIL, Nuclear Power Corporation India Limited. So government is holding, you can say, complete control on nuclear power plant. Even the recent plant, biggest plant of India, Kudankulam plant of Tamil Nadu, Tirunelveli, 2 units are running in that of 1000 megawatt each in Kudankulam. Tirunelveli district, NPCIL, Kudankulam with the help of Russia. But some plants, proposed plant got the jerk in India. Which plant of Andhra we proposed? Recently, reports are coming. Kovada nuclear power plant, that was proposed one. By which company? USA based company Westinghouse, with one more company of Japan, Toshiba. Recently remaining news, this plant, Kovada plant, that was proposed one in Andhra. This proposed plant by one company due to foreign direct investment, Westinghouse company, and which company of Japan? Toshiba. Any one of you can tell me that this plant we were calling that it was completely by NPCIL or joint venture of Westinghouse, Toshiba and NPCIL. But which problem came here recently? Bankrupt this company Westinghouse. And Westinghouse has become bankrupt. It also, you can say, affected the Toshiba, because Toshiba purchased Westinghouse. So Toshiba also, you can say. So overall, it is being said that Kovada plant will not run in our country because we can't give our nuclear power facilities in the hand of bankrupt companies. So Kovada plant, you can say, got a major shock in recent time. By which kind of reason? Bankruptcy of this company. And due to bankruptcy in Westinghouse, even Toshiba of Japan also. So overall, this one more plant we have proposed in Maharashtra, Ratnagiri district. Which plant? Propose one, which famous plant? That is in Maharashtra, Ratnagiri district, Jaitpura. Or what is the name? Jaitapur. That is Jaitapur plant in Ratnagiri district. But which problem we are facing in this Jaitapur plant? Land acquisition. Farmers are not willing to give the land for this purpose. Land acquisition has been the hurdle. But government is focusing one more plant, proposed plant in Bengal. Which plant? Haripura. So in Haripura, we are observing that government, central government is promoting a lot. Though TMC is against Haripura plant. But government is talking about due to which reason nuclear power plants are not being established in India for a long time. Due to one nuclear disaster took place in 2011, Fukushima. That's why people are having slight, you can say, negative sentiments that nuclear power plants are not as safe. But we have seen no major accident took place till now in India regarding the nuclear power plant. So this kind of risk we can take with proper security mechanism. Yes. That radiation, that is not basically some kind of cooling part, some minor leak, but that was under control, Kakada Par. So a minor, you can say, but no death and no radiation leakage even they talked about. Only some problem in the cooling part. Kakada Par has seen in Gujarat one minor problem. But We haven't seen this kind of problem as it has been in Fukushima or Chernobyl. So this kind of accident we haven't seen. So in India, by 2032, one plan has been made to promote nuclear power plant up to how much megawatt? 63,000 megawatt by which year? 2032. That is Indian aim to meet this objective, 63,000 megawatt by 2032 in nuclear power. On the basis of Jaitapur, on the basis of Haripura, on the basis of number of plant of Haryana and MP, etc. Even increasing the production in other existing plants. 63,000 megawatt in future, or in gigawatt, it would be 63 gigawatt. Can you tell me that right now nuclear is how much in India? Due to Kudankulam, it is 6.5 gigawatt. Installation around 6.5 gigawatt. So if you add up all these 215, 43 and 6.5, it would be how much? Approximately it would be how much? 50 and this around 265 gigawatt around in that. Could you tell me nowadays focus not only nuclear power plant but also main focus on which plants? Non-conventional, that is kept in which category? New and renewable energy, in which main focus is being given to solar power in our country. Which kind of promotion in solar power in our country? We are focusing that even any kind of building, either private or government, then solar rooftop panel. And even one target has been set by the government for solar rooftop panel, that by 2022, India will install as much as 40 gigawatt through solar rooftop panel on the government building and private building. But these would be small plant, big plant, small plant. Solar rooftop panel, 40 gigawatt. And also, other than that, India also recently has changed the policy, and some kind of big plant by big group like Adani, like you can say Welspun and private companies, solar park will also be now 40 gigawatt. So few days before, some change has been done. 40 gigawatt even will be achieved by solar park. Solar park, unlike solar rooftop panel, these are bigger plant, smaller plant, bigger plant. They one call sometime ultra mega solar power plant. When in India, the capacity would reach to how much? When these plant, ultra mega solar power plant, become 500 megawatt or more than that, then they would be called as ultra mega. Can you tell me that other kind of solar power incentive in India, establishing these plants in which area? Even solar power will be produced through solar irrigation pump. Government is providing solar irrigation pump in rural area. Government is also promoting, you can say, solar power production in rural area by one kind of experiments, power purchasing agreement, that we call PPA model, power purchasing agreement, PPA, for in rural urban both, that whosoever is willing to produce the power, then they can make one agreement with the government. Some farmers on their land now is not raising the crop, rather they are basically installing the solar panel and doing power purchasing agreement with the government. And which part of the government? Distribution companies or DISCOMs, that they would supply this power and they would do this agreement for a number of years. And we are observing a kind of silent revolution. This is also in our country, of this kind of agreement taking place by builders, by farmers, you can say. Can you tell me that even government is installing the panel, canal top panel? All these plants on which technology? PV technology. Could you tell me in recent time what happened in this technology that more promotion to this kind of power plant? Suddenly in 14, 15, 16 and 17 we are observing a kind of major change. Which reason? Decreasing prices of which part? Solar panel. So photovoltaic technology based upon solar panel, and prices have gone down considerably in solar panel cost. And which country has taken the lead in the production mass scale? China. So Chinese solar panel even being imported by Indian companies and cheaper cost. As I said that even 2.97 rupees per unit, that is very, very less. Earlier it was 6 rupees, 7 rupees, 8 rupees. Now it has become less than half. So companies are very much willing to sell this power as lower prices to the consumer. Can you tell me in return companies what which thing? That they must be ensured that their power would be purchased every time. Whether demand is there or not, their power would be purchased. That we call even by one name, renewable purchase obligation facility given by the government. Renewable purchase obligation. In renewable energy, one kind of obligation government has indicated that it would be obligatory for distribution companies or DISCOM to purchase renewable energy of certain percentage, that we call in short form RPO. It would be obligatory. Then it would be big incentive for the producing companies that my power if would be produced, then government will purchase through this obligation tool. So they need that their power would be purchased and their income would be generated, because solar panel cost has decreased considerably, especially the panel being produced in China, especially thin film technology China is using. And even number of other countries also making the solar panel. The solar panel cost decreased considerably, and the producing companies, private companies only need one more thing, that government should ensure that power purchasing agreement through renewable purchase obligation should be definitely there for long run. Can you tell me by this provision, renewable purchase obligation, by power purchasing agreement taking place, subsidy, excise duty and number of other exemption in cheaper solar panel, in 2017 our solar power production or solar power installation we talk about, installation has become how much? Around 10 gigawatt. It has crossed 10 gigawatt. It is the first time last year maximum installation in our country took place. It was hardly 5 gigawatt, you can say last to some 15 months back, but it has become just double, 10 gigawatt. And what is the target of the government? In solar panel or this kind of energy, solar power, total solar power installation in India, 100 gigawatt. By which year? 2022. But we are not having this kind of problem that we will not achieve the target. Rather, we would be very close to the target, this ambitious target, on the basis of which agreements? Power purchasing agreement facility, and also which obligation? Renewable purchase obligation by the government, and giving subsidy incentive, and also you can say reducing cost. And one more thing is also promoting that energy that we are calling smart meters. Through a smart meter, the rooftop panel especially would be connected with the grid or transmission line, and in daytime any consumer will supply the power to the grid. And daytime we are calling this kind of people producer by using a smart meter. They will supply the power, but in night time they can consume the power or behaving like consumer, because no sunlight in the night. So consumer in the night. Then if in daytime it has provided 10 unit in daytime, and in night and day together total unit consumption 6 unit. So ultimately he has sold extra how many unit? 4 unit. Then 4 unit per day, then 30 days, how much money it would be given on the basis of a smart meter reading, that is net meter reading. you can say. So these people even called by which name? Presumer in our country, producer in daytime, consumer in nighttime, presumer. Neither producer nor consumer, rather mixed behavior, presumer. So presumer means producer come consumer. Based upon a smart meter, those would be providing connectivity to the grid, and in daytime when sunlight is coming, then surplus will be given to the grid, and in night time the same person can consume in the house from the grid the kind of requirement of the power, and net reading would be mentioned in the smart meter that whether you have given more, you have taken more. And this thing is also being called by net metering system. What we are calling that? Net metering system. So these are the new things in energy sector in India, net metering system. And these kind of things is silent revolution is also there. And we are observing a major change in solar power, especially due to decrease in the prices. So now government is very much willing to promote solar power. Any one of you can tell me recently DMRC, Delhi Metro Railway Corporation, even made one agreement of power purchasing from which plant? Rewa plant of which state? Madhya Pradesh. Rewa plant would be very big plant in India, Rewa plant. So Rewa plant will give power to DMRC. So DMRC will purchase this power from Rewa plant MP. One more plant in India, quite big plant. Which plant? Kamuthi in Tamil Nadu of Adani Group. These plants in which category? Ultra mega solar power plant. Solar park, but which kind of solar park? More than 500 megawatt capacity. So we are observing even big plants, even a small plant in the form of solar rooftop panel. One is based upon net metering system. One is based upon, you can say, this kind of power purchasing agreement, etc. So overall, being tropical country, India could achieve this target. But one more kind of alliance is also helping in this revolution. ISA, International Solar Alliance, that will involve not only India but all the countries partially or fully lying in tropical belt, including India. How many countries are there? 121 countries are there in International Solar Alliance. And headquarters of this alliance in which place? In Gurugram. In Gurugram, one kind of institution is there, NISE, National Institute of Solar Energy, where this headquarter, it is the first international headquarter in India of any international institution in Gurugram, International Solar Alliance headquarter. Can you tell me what would be the benefit of this alliance? Economy of scale would work, and you can say in bulk we can purchase the panel for these countries. In bulk you can say technology cooperation, and also in bulk we can get the loan from which bank? World Bank has ensured that by 2030 World Bank will provide as much as $1,000 billion loan to solar power for International Solar Alliance. It would be $1 trillion, you can say. It is indicating the kind of potential in tropical countries of producing solar power. Even World Bank is agree to provide a massive loan, $1,000 billion by 2030. So every year World Bank will give, you can say, loan to which countries? Those would be part of International Solar Alliance. Those are partially or fully lying in tropical belt, where potential of solar power generation is more. So one idea you can take regarding this, Tamil Nadu, MP, these states are right now leading in India, basically based upon private sector. And similarly, one more kind of energy, renewable energy. Which energy? Wind energy. But wind energy in coastal India. Any one of you can tell me in wind energy one policy recently announced by the government, hybrid policy for energy. Which policy? Hybrid policy announced by the government, in which solar and wind installation will be in the same place. For example, if any land is given, if it is having wind turbine, also the same place will also be having solar panel. Which advantage would be there if solar panel and wind turbine together in hybrid policy? You know it very well that either wind energy, solar energy throughout the day we can produce, or it has limitation. It has limitation. Wind energy is dependent upon the wind speed and wind supply. That is not always available. Similarly, solar power could be produced more in noon time, night time 0. So overall, more fluctuation, less fluctuation in these energy, renewable energy. So renewable energy has one problem, more fluctuation. If more fluctuation would be there, then more burden on the grid, less burden on the grid. More burden on the grid. Though we are making different electronic system nowadays, self-healing grid we are talking about, but even this fluctuation may cause tripping in the grid, or there would be a kind of collapse in the grid. For that, hybrid policy is more effective, in which if wind is not running, then we can produce power through solar as well. So less fluctuation or more fluctuation if we in combination, less fluctuation. So fluctuation would be less either by wind or solar or both. Overall fluctuation would be lesser. And even if I want to know that land requirement would be less or more, land requirement would be less. So between the turbine we can install the panel. So overall this is a good scenario. Land acquisition will be reduced and also less fluctuation in the power. New policy, hybrid policy. Any one of you can tell me in wind energy how much we have installed in present time? That was 28th of December, but in March 2017, it has reached to around how much gigawatt? 30 gigawatt. That is 3 times than the solar. What is the reason? Are we focusing more on wind energy or solar energy? Solar energy, but wind energy, we have started this program long back. So we are getting the advantage of the wind turbine of the past. Otherwise, in future, which power would be more in India? In renewable energy, solar. But right now, wind is leading. And overall, if I talk about presently 17, if solar 10 gigawatt, wind is how much? 30 gigawatt. Can you tell me in wind energy, which state is leading? Tamil Nadu, due to 3-side water near Kanyakumari. So Kanyakumari's location is very important location. Arabian Sea, Bay Bengal, Indian Ocean, 3-side water. If water would be there, more wind will run from all these sides due to pressure difference. And one kind of institute is there in Tamil Nadu, National Institute of Wind Energy, just like National Institute of Solar Energy in Gurugram, National Institute of Wind Energy, NIWE in which city? Chennai in Tamil Nadu. So Chennai is known for National Institute of Wind Energy, and Gurugram near Delhi is known for National Institute of Solar Energy. Can you tell me that even in wind energy we are focusing in future for which kind of turbine? Offshore turbine. Offshore turbine means installed in land area or in coastal area. In the coastal area, in continental shelf area, shallow water bodies. Offshore wind turbines. So offshore wind turbine is one future of wind energy. If we discuss that after this kind of change in Indian energy based upon solar, wind, solar mainly based upon solar rooftop panel, solar park, and wind energy, for example, hybrid and also offshore, basically in coastal area, then third kind of renewable energy, clean energy, when we call in India by which name? Biomass energy. Any one of you can tell me that biomass energy that we discuss normally with the help of biofuel or biogas, then this kind of energy we call by number of ways. First generation biofuel, second generation biofuel, third generation biofuel, and also fourth generation biofuel. India is focusing on which kind of biomass energy? First, second, third, fourth. Nowadays, we are planning for second generation. What is the difference in first generation and second generation of biomass energy or biofuel or biogas? First generation biofuel is basically dependent upon food crop, non-food crop. Food crops like sugarcane, like you can say maize, soya bean, etc. So once maize, sugarcane, soybean crushed, and then we extract the biofuel out of that, then basically this fuel we call first generation, in which country is leading? USA is leading, especially which kind of biofuel? Ethanol. So USA is producing ethanol mainly through maize, and USA is producing a lot of first generation biofuel based upon food crop. Brazil is producing ethanol from which particular, you can say, from sugarcane, Brazil, but USA is producing ethanol from maize. But it is creating one problem: food security versus energy security. To ensure energy security, to ensure energy, what we are doing, we are compromising our food. Our food is being diverted for this kind of energy. That's why second generation, that is based upon food crop, non-food crop. Non-food crop. Which famous plants, non-food crop? Jatropha, Karanj. Jatropha also called by one more name, Ratanjot. Also one more plant we call Pongamia pinnata. That is called by one more name, which name? Karanj. But these plants are food crop, non-food crop. Non-food crop even can be grown in which land? Semi-arid area, wasteland area. So these plants we can promote, and we can produce biodiesel out of that. Biodiesel will be mixed in diesel, and this ethanol mainly mixed in petrol. Yes. Okay. Even that is very important, the use of the board. So this biomass energy, in present time we are focusing on non-food crop based, and also second generation biofuel that India is promoting based upon non-food crop like Jatropha and Karanj or Ratanjot or Pongamia pinnata. Other than that, molasses or crop residue, not molasses, molasses first generation, that is food crop, that is crop residue, like in Punjab, Haryana, stubble we discussed yesterday, crop residue of rice, etc. Even you can say crop waste like sugarcane waste, bagasse. Even animal waste like cow dung. Even solid waste of the urban area. Definitely, if we produce the power from of this kind, biorefinery we are calling that, it would be established in this area, Bhatinda area, Punjab. Can you tell me that European countries also focusing on third generation based upon which kind of way? Based upon this kind of algae life, the third generation, and a lot of algae is available in the ocean. It will not be burden on the land as well. It is also environmental friendly. And nowadays, even fourth generation people are calling that is based upon, you can say which kind of way? Based upon bacteria and microbes. Those can even consume carbon dioxide. So on the one hand, we will reduce the impact of the climate change by reducing carbon dioxide. On the other hand, we could produce the power. So the bacteria and microorganism, those will consume CO2, or those will store the CO2 or sequestration of carbon dioxide or storage of the carbon dioxide, and thus reducing less carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So which biomass energy would be carbon neutral and even carbon negative? Fourth generation would be carbon negative. Overall, we will reduce the carbon dioxide in that way by absorbing the carbon dioxide by using microorganism or bacteria. those would be capable enough to store the carbon dioxide in their body and producing power. But third generation, second generation, these are carbon neutral or carbon negative. Carbon neutral, neither absorbing nor releasing. So carbon neutral we are calling that. So this kind of energy, carbon neutral. And this kind of energy would be carbon, fourth generation would be carbon negative. Third generation also carbon neutral. But first generation ultimately will produce more greenhouse gases. Yes? Actually, you know it very well that Gaurav, the kind of algae load we have in our ocean, that is too much. It is not going to make big impact in these areas. Already plenty of load, then sustainable use is required. So it will take time. It is the beginning in the European zone. So marine area having a lot of load of that. So you can say that would be basically sustainable use. Everything, if you add sustainable, then it is the way out. Development can carry out with conserving the resources. It is very much possible. There is no, you can say, a rift between development and environmental issues. It is our myth. Both can go simultaneously. We know there is a limit here. Every, you can say, development has one threshold. Beyond that, environmental damage would bound to occur. And this threshold we have to recognize. Okay, after this part, could you tell me even one more energy we are producing that we are calling small hydro? Small hydro, basically less than 25 megawatt, especially in Himalayan zone. Any one of you can tell me in Himalayan zone, which plant we will call small hydro normally? Those have reservoir or without reservoir? Without reservoir, less land requirement, less water storage, and no dam construction even in that area. And normally this project, which project? Runoff river project even, without any dam construction, without any storage, without, you can say, less damage of that forest here. So with the environmental friendly way, we can produce power in Himalayan zone. Any one of you can tell me that around how much in India already we have established? 4.5 gigawatt through that way. But what is the target? 5 gigawatt. In biomass energy, how much already? More than 5 gigawatt in recent data. But what is the target? 10 gigawatt. Any one of you can tell me, if we sum up all these, what is the scenario right now in India? That solar power is how much in India? 10 gigawatt. And wind is how much? 30 gigawatt. And biomass is how much? Around 5. And this small hydropower plant, 4.5. It is total how much? About around 50 gigawatt. Can you tell me, if you add this one also, thermal is how much? 215. And large hydro is how much? 43. And nuclear is how much? 6.5. It would be around how much then? 265 and 50, that would be how much? 315 gigawatt. So total installation of India of power is around 315 gigawatt, 31st March 2017. Approximately 315 gigawatt. Total together, renewable and non-renewable altogether, in which share of thermal power presently very high. Any one of you can tell me that which energy we are promoting? Solar, wind, or renewable energy? And in conventional power, are we promoting thermal or large hydro or nuclear? Nuclear. So basically, which is the worst kind of energy? Thermal. So if one kind of question I say, non-fossil fuel based energy in India, then you will exclude only which energy? Thermal out of that. So Non-fossil fuel based energy would be how much in India? Total is 315. If you minus 215, then it would be how much? 100 gigawatt right now, non-fossil fuel based energy. 100 gigawatt we have. So presently non-fossil fuel based energy is 100 gigawatt. Should we promote this energy? Should we discourage this energy? We should promote. And also in Paris Summit of Climate Change in France, what we committed to the world, that by 2030, India will make the share of non-fossil fuel based energy 40% of total power installation of the country. 40% of that. Any one of you can tell me how much right now this one? Out of 315, we have 100. That is how much? Around less than 30%. So right now we have around less than 30%, but we have to achieve how much target? 40%. That is achievable, non-achievable? Very much achievable. Before 2030, even we can achieve that. That we have committed under intended national determined contribution INDC, that in India by 2030 our total non-fossil fuel based energy other than thermal power plant would be 40% of total power. So we are slowly gradually decrease our demand of thermal power, and we will promote our non-fossil fuel based, because total 315, if you just make it minus 215 thermal power, that would be non-fossil fuel based. So out of 315, we have 100 gigawatt non-fossil fuel based. That is approximately 30%, but we have to achieve how much? 40%. So situation is improving considerably. That's why Ministry of Power recently has even announced that in India, our energy is slowly available to all the people. Availability factor is no more a problem, because a lot of power we are producing even through renewable as well. And also our energy is also becoming which kind of energy? Clean energy as well, or green energy as well. Green or green. That is which kind of energy? Sustainable. That we are calling sustainability factor also we are achieving. Can you tell me that which another thing we want in energy other than availability, other than sustainability or green based? That energy should also be affordable. Affordability factor. So affordability, sustainability, and also availability, these are main key theme of energy security in our country. So we are going for energy security through availability factor of the energy, and making this energy also green or sustainable or clean, promoting non-fossil fuel based energy, and also making it affordable. What we are doing to achieve this target? Affordable. We are basically focusing on which kind of aspect? Energy efficiency. We have to promote, and we have to enhance the, you can say, energy efficiency by providing which kind of energy efficient devices? LED or light emitting diode. So even we are focusing on LEDs, for example. Any one of you can tell me which Yojana launched recently for LED supply? Ujala. What is the full form of Ujala? Unnat Jyoti. By affordable LEDs to all. So Unnat Jyoti by affordable LEDs to all. So Unnat Jyoti by affordable LEDs to all. That is very important point. Either urban area or rural area, all the people of India now highly subsidized prices LEDs are being given. That is clean energy, highly efficient energy, cheaper energy. So LED is one of the most significant, you can say, to improve the energy efficiency and making it affordable as well. Any other thing we are doing for people in our country to reduce the prices? Continuously by reducing the taxes and giving some tax incentive to the renewable energy and also technological changes, prices of the energy now declining in India, increasing in India, declining in renewable as well. The price is now declining. As we have seen, per unit cost of solar power even as low as 2.97 rupees, you can see. So with the better policies, even we are observing solar wind is no more so costly. Prices now declining, becoming more affordable. Even through net metering system, we are trying to give income to the people, and definitely it would be also enhancing the affordability. Could you tell me any other thing is there in affordable sector? Yes, smart grid system. Okay, transmission line we are improving, smart grid, etc. We are talking about. That is also you can say good for sustainability as well. Smart grid system. Also, you can say to make the sector overall healthy, one more yojana has been launched by the government. Which yojana? Uday Yojana. That means Ujjwal Discoms Assurance Yojana. So you have to remember these by heart, that these kind of famous yojana, Ujjwal Discoms Assurance Yojana. The kind of losses in discom sector, huge losses are there. That's why central government has announced that kind of burden on discom would be taken up by the center as well as the state, and they would pay the dues of discoms or distribution companies to the generation based companies. For example, NTPC, Reliance, Adani, these are generation based companies, and discoms companies, State Electricity Regulation Commission, etc. These corporation basically, or discom companies at distribution sector. Then for distribution companies, these are running in heavy losses. That's why these companies are unable to purchase new power from generation based companies. So government is ensuring that on the behalf of discom, their dues will be paid by the center as well as the state. But what these companies have to do in future? Making their system more rational and more cost efficient. So bringing reforms in discom for their Ujjwal Bhavishya. Which yojana has been launched? Uday or Ujala? Uday. Also for clean energy and cheaper energy, LPG connection are being provided to the rural household of BPL family. And which yojana is there? Ujjwala. These names are slightly confusing, Uday, Ujala, Ujjwala. But one common thing, all are starting from U. Uday, Ujjwala and Ujala all are linked with energy sector. Can you tell me any other thing is there to make the energy more efficient, more green? Even in urban area, the kind of buildings are being designed. Then some kind of credit rating we are providing in energy sector. Credit rating for the buildings. One agency of the USA, United States, Green Building Council, US, G for green, B for building, C for council. This USGBC has launched one kind of credit rating system for energy in the building, and that is called as LEED or LEED. What is the full form of LEED? L for leadership in energy and environmental design. Energy and environmental design, very important credit agency, this one. And basically it is focusing on 5 aspects: LEED, leadership in energy and environmental design in the buildings. A kind of credit rating agency of United States, especially USGBC, is providing this kind of credit that we call LEED. What is seen in this particular LEED? That energy should be which kind of energy? Basically, the energy in the building should be clean energy. Also, material selection. in the building, that should be fly ash based, for example, or you can say that is not environmentally damaging. Rather than using cement, we can use fly ash bricks, you can say. Material selection could be also environmental friendly. Also, indoor environmental quality should be better, proper sunlight, etc. Indoor environmental condition of the building. Also, water saving in the building. And site should be having sustainable development overall. Whichever site is there of the building, sustainable development of this area. And first corporation that has got this kind of LEED certification by USGBC, which corporation of India? DMRC. Delhi Metro Railway Corporation has shown that their system could be environmental friendly, energy efficient system by acquiring which rating? LEED by which council of the international agency? USGB. It is the first LEED or credit has been given to Indian company DMRC. DMRC is using, you can say, electrical energy, and also DMRC recently made pact with which company? Riva plant, solar plant. DMRC also mainly, you can say, focusing on which kind of material? Cement based or fly ash based? Fly ash, that is waste. And also indoor environmental condition quite good, water saving devices, you can say overall. So LEED is very significant. Can you tell me, in building credit system, India also launched one more kind of credit rating, but Indian credit agency we call LEED or GRAH? We call GRAH. So GRAH Indian version, but which is more popular worldwide? LEED. So LEED has given more importance, worldwide accepted, but GRAH is less complicated, easy to acquire. So GRAH is only for Indian building. So any kind of corporation, any kind of company either can acquire LEED or GRAH, but which is having more acceptance worldwide. So that would be one kind of way to go for environmental sustainable way by using clean energy, by water saving, and all together. Yes.
Which institute provides for
in our country? That would be important. Which ministry? I think that because it is linked with civil engineering. So definitely involvement would be of urban development may be there, but I don't know which exactly the ministry is providing that. GRAH. But GRAH is Indian term, Indian rating agency for building rating. Okay, after this particular part of the energy sector, as we discussed, the way the things are changing in the country, the kind of yojanas recently launched in our country in energy sector. One more sector is there that we call transport sector. As far as transport sector is concerned, which kind of development recently took place in roadways, railways, pipeline, etc.? Airways, waterways, pipeline. Then as far as roadways are concerned, then which recently launched yojana linked with environmental issues? Green highways. And what is the purpose of green highways? That climate change and also decreasing the pollution, providing the shade on the road and cooling effect, overall relief to the people on the road through the plantation. Both sides of the road we will be having trees. But which particular ministry is there? Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Can you tell me that though plan for 1 lakh kilometer road, but right now 15,000 segment has been started. Plantation of the road, plantation of the along the roadside, 15,000 kilometer segment. That would be good thing to see more tree cover along the road, but tree plantation should not be without scientific way. Otherwise, it may cause even accident. So generally, it is said maximum accident takes place when more trees are there and driver is unable to see. So it would be properly spacing, properly distance, proper distance will be there. Otherwise, it may cause more accident even. So green highways, you can say, and normally, which bodies would be involved here in plantation? Local bodies, NGO, and these local bodies are to be trained how they have to plant the trees, how they have to take care of their trees along the road. So rather than PWD, it would be maintained by local bodies, NGOs, etc. The green highways or plantation along the road. A kind of project of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Can you tell me any other project not linked with environmental issues alone, but developmental aspects recently? The discussion on one project that we are calling Bharatmala. Bharatmala is linked with border or coastal area or both? Border or coastal area both. Normally one confusion we have, we think that Bharatmala, a project for road transport that is in border area, but that is also taking care of coastal area as well. A kind of connectivity of highways would be there, of border states as well as the coastal states. That would be a kind of mala or continuity of the road connecting Gujarat, connecting Punjab, connecting, you can say, Jammu Kashmir, then Himachal, Uttarakhand, then also UP, Bihar, then till this Bengal and northeastern area, a Bharatmala project involving coastal state as well as border state. Bharatmala project, but it is basically the proposed one, and it is going to be launched in this year. Though it was announced by the Ministry of Road Transport Highways in March 2017, but no beginning of this. So let's hope in April and already there May, June, Bharatmala project. That would enhance the road connectivity in the border area as well as coastal area. A big boost to the road transport, Bharatmala project. Any other kind of project is there? Setu Bharatam, that is linked with bridges, road bridges above which area? Above unmanned crossing of railway. Unmanned crossing is major thing in railways accident. So any railway track is there and also road crossing is there, then we need flyover, we need bridges. And this project we are calling Setu Bharatam. Over bridges above the unmanned railway crossing to reduce the accident, to make journey safer. Otherwise, we see railway track is there, train is coming, people don't have the patience. They are even using tractor, trolley, or you can say jeep or bike, etc. Then more death on unmanned crossing on railway tracks. And Setu Bharatam is for that. Any other kind of change in the road transport or recent in this Bharatmala, Setu Bharatam? We are also observing, you can say one kind of project is there. In which area? Left wing extremist area, the highways construction in left wing extremist area. LWE, left wing extremist area. Recently, one district has seen one major, you can say, mishappening in Sukma district, that one highway construction in that. And CRPF fellows were basically meant to provide the security, the Naxal attack on that area. So Naxals don't like any kind of development in that area. And this particular project is basically for which purpose? Better the infrastructure, more the development, better the connectivity, more control on Naxal activities, and more prosperity in that area. So left-wing extremist area, the road construction, in which we are observing a major hurdle from Naxal people in that zone. Could you tell me that for Northeast, which kind of program is running for road transport? SARDP, Special Accelerated Road Development Program for Northeast. special accelerated road development program for Northeast. We are observing that there is urgent need of providing good infrastructure in inaccessible areas of Himalayas even. Reason you all know that the kind of threat of the Chinese infrastructure in our surrounding area. So we have to provide better accessibility in our inaccessible zone. So Northeast SRDP in Naxal affected area, LWE, left wing extremism project, and Setu Bharatam about the bridges, about the unmanned crossing, the bridges construction. Also Bharatmala border as well as coastal area, and green highways. And one more, you all know that which project is running in India? NHDP for long. And how many phases are there? Phase 1 to phase 7. Nowadays, which phase is going to be completed? More construction on this area. Phase 2, that we are calling which corridor? North-South corridor. And which corridor? East-West corridor. North-South corridor means connecting Srinagar to Kanyakumari. East-West corridor connecting Silchar to Porbandar. Can you tell me, recently one tunnel has been constructed along the North-South corridor under phase 2 of Chenani Nashri tunnel. Chenani Nashri tunnel in which region? Kashmir Valley or Jammu region? In Jammu region. So Chenani Nashri tunnel of how much kilometer long? 9.2 kilometer long. And this tunnel, the significance of this tunnel, it is a bisectional tunnel of such length. It is Asia's longest bisectional tunnel of this length. Longest not only India but also in road tunnel, bisectional road tunnel, it is longest. 2 lanes, wider road these are, passing through the Himalayan terrain. A kind of NHDP through NHAI under phase 2, connecting Srinagar to Kanyakumari. Then it would be reducing the journey in Kashmir and Jammu. Chenani Nashri tunnel recently completed. Can you tell me, in road transport we are also talking about some kind of project which would be not only within the India but outside India also? Any one of you can tell me that which kind of projects outside India? Yes? We are developing road in which countries? Afghanistan. Other than Afghanistan, even which country? Myanmar. Afghanistan, Myanmar, India is laying down the road network, international road. What is the reason in Afghanistan the road construction in India of Indian authorities? Basically, you know very well that though Pakistan is the nearest area for Afghanistan, but though Indian trains, Indian buses are also going to Pakistan and vice versa. But Pakistan does not allow the movement of, you can say, truck, etc. beyond Pakistan. That we call transit route. So transit route of Indian trucks, etc. not allowed to Afghanistan via Pakistan. So transit route for goods is not allowed by Pakistan due to safety, security concerns, Pakistan says. So we are unable to go to Afghanistan through Pakistani terrain and supplying the goods. Then which kind of alternative we are making here? That nearby Pakistan, this Iran, and in Iran which port we are developing? Chabahar port. And Chabahar port is very well connected to the rest of the Iran side, this side. And here, which border is there? Afghanistan border. But in Afghanistan, we made the road here. So that already in Iran we have road. But in Afghanistan, if we connect this road to Iran border, then it would be very well connected to which port? Chabahar port. And then we will be having access via Arabian Sea to Chabahar, then through road network of Iran and road made by Indian engineers in Afghanistan. And then further we have planned to have access to which Asia? Central Asia. Similarly, one road we have constructed in Myanmar, it is going to be completed in this year, and this road will also provide access to Myanmar via Bay Bengal route rather than Arabian Sea route. It would be on eastern side, and it would be helping which area of India? Northeast. Actually, northeast is, you can say, highly inaccessible zone, and in Bengal area, one area we call, Northwest Bengal is very narrow land, even we call this area by Chicken Neck. And we call this corridor by which name? Siliguri corridor or Chicken Neck corridor. That is very narrow land. One side Bangladesh, one side Nepal, one side Bhutan. So very narrow land is available in West Bengal. Along that, this road connectivity to the northeast. So more congestion on these roads. Then we are talking about that goods of India to our northeastern area. It can be supplied first of all from Kolkata to Myanmar via sea route, and this route we are developing which port in Myanmar? It is Kolkata port, and we are developing Sittwe port. And here one river of Myanmar, river Kaladan river, and goods will go to inland river this Kaladan, and then we constructed one road here in Myanmar that would connect which state of India, Manipur or Mizoram? Mizoram. So it will connect Mizoram state of India to Myanmar. We laid down this road, and which national highway of Mizoram would be connected? NH54. So we will connect NH54 of Mizoram to this road, and then we will reach to via sea route and river route to Kolkata. So this route we are making one alternative to reach our northeast other than Chicken Neck corridor. But this route we are calling by which name? Kaladan project. Any one of you can tell me Kaladan project whenever we say it is multimodal or only road? Multimodal. Kolkata to Sittwe port that India is developing in Bay Bengal, it would be sea route. Then Kaladan river route would be river route. Then we will be having road network that is developed by India in Myanmar, and then it would be connected to which national highway of India? 54 of which state? Mizoram. So one kind of access would be provided through Myanmar. So we are observing Myanmar would be very much important in Act East policy as well as to develop our northeastern area. Kaladan project, and it is expected that by September, October, this particular project would be completed. Could you tell me that any other kind of, you can say, road construction? Yes? Quadrilateral, that is part of NHDP. And you can say that we are also trying to develop India, Nepal, and also which country? Bhutan. Also which country? Bangladesh. And together these four we are calling by one name, BBIN. Also remain to use this particular thing a lot, BBIN. B for Bangladesh, B for Bhutan, I for India, and for Nepal. Actually, you know very well that in SAARC, India proposed that countries of the SAARC would be very well connected, then it would be better for the trade purpose. But Pakistan was not willing that Indian trucks are reaching to Pakistan without any problem. So Pakistan had problem with the Indian trade, and that's why Pakistan was not willing. Pakistan was knowing this thing that Indian trucks could reach to Afghanistan via Pakistan easily. That would be one security concern Pakistan raised. Then we made one thing and we clarified, okay, if Pakistan is not agreed, we can take via Chabahar. But in eastern side, BBIN road would be there. For that, which kind of thing we have to do? Motor vehicle agreement between which countries? Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal. Bangladesh was ready, Nepal was ready, India, because our proposal, But which country, though our friendly country Bhutan did not support BBIN. Recently, Bhutan has been denied. On which reasons? Environmental concerns. Environmental concerns, Bhutan is considering that tourism of Bhutan is mainly based upon clean environment. But more trucks will come from Indian side, then it would be, you can say, environmental pollution more in that area. And also Bhutan is considering other issues as well in that area, security, safety, but main issue is environmental issue. So recently Bhutan has indicated that Bhutan will not sign on motor vehicle agreement. One reason is that next year in Bhutan elections are there, and Bhutan is recommending that due to political compulsion, opposition is raising the voices against this project. That's why. So BBIN project means Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, in which agreement of which particular way? Motor vehicle agreement, road transport, free flow of the trucks, free flow of the goods movement. So Bhutan said that India, Nepal, Bangladesh could be connected first of all. Later on, we will decide. But recently, Rajya Sabha, or upper house of Bhutan, has not passed on this agreement. So it is all about in recent time the road transport, the current things. In railways, if I talk about which kind of recent issues of the railways, Indian railways. Actually, more discussion in railway. Okay, railway budget, merge into union budget. That is matter of the economics. Due to which reason it has been merged, you all know. But if I say major projects of the railway, then in recent time we are observing a kind of project that is discussed a lot in India, dedicated freight corridor. Also, we are calling that DFC. These are being discussed a lot in India, and Ministry of Railway has even announced that after the completion of DFC, there would be a big boost in transport network in India. What would be that big boost? Because you know it very well, presently our railway network, more passengers we have, and we have one limitation, we can't run the trains for all the passengers because already congestion is there along these railway tracks. That's why what we are doing to release the burden, doubling of railway track. But if I want to know doubling of railway track will solve the problem, or problem would be solved mainly by dedicated freight corridor. Problem would be solved by dedicated freight corridor. Because you see, if trains would run and two trains are running simultaneously, one is freight train, another is goods, you can say passenger train. So goods train generally preferred, or that is not preferred over passenger train, and goods train not preferred on passenger train. So it is being discussed that for goods train in India, especially in major routes where more goods movements are there, we must have dedicated freight corridor only for goods train, no passenger train on that. It would reduce the burden on other railway track of India. Then more passenger trains we can start. That's what you can say. So dedicated freight corridor will increase the internal trade of India, domestic trade of India, will decrease the time of cement, fertilizer, food grain supply, as well as it will reduce the burden on railway tracks. Those would be used later on by passenger train in lot. Then issues of reservation, etc. Railway Ministry has announced that in few years, by 2020, there would not be any kind of problem for Indians, and anytime they can get the tickets in the railway after the completion of dedicated freight corridor. And by 2020, Ministry of Railway has announced that corridor would be completed, especially which corridor? One corridor we are calling WDFC. Another corridor would be EDFC. W means Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, that is linking which port? Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust of Mumbai to which place of North India near Delhi? Dadri. So JNPT to Dadri, WDFC via Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Gujarat, also Haryana, Delhi, UP. Which place of UP last terminal? Dadri. And EDFC for Bengal area to Punjab area. In Bengal, one place is there, Dankuni. And in Punjab, one place is Ludhiana. So Dankuni to Ludhiana work. Dankuni, Ludhiana. It would be major boost for infrastructure of goods movement in India. Can you tell me that JNPT and Dadri connection more work or EDFC more work? WDFC more work. And Government of India is also connecting with one more project with the WDFC, DMIC. So along WDFC, Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor is being developed. Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor. So this corridor will be used even for industrial growth in India, and that we are calling by which name? DMIC, because Jawaharlal Nehru Port is close to which city? Mumbai, and Dadri is close to which city? Delhi. Along these railway corridor, lot of industries would be established, even urban development. That's why land prices increasing considerably along this route. So it would be major project of India for infrastructure, DMIC and WDFC. Recently, Railway Ministry has even announced having which corridor? Southern Corridor, Eastern Coastal Corridor. In future, Eastern Coastal Corridor, Southern Corridor, North-South Corridor, etc. So we are observing the same way China has developed itself by making number of railway tracks for passenger train or goods train, freight trains. Same thing we can do by providing dedicated freight corridor for improving the internal trade and overall infrastructure of the country and industrial growth as well. So dedicated freight corridor, very important part of the railway. Other than that, which kind of project recently running in India in railways? One for passenger train, high-speed train, and that we are calling by which name with this project? High-speed train, Diamond Quadrilateral project. Could you tell me Diamond Quadrilateral is linked with the fast movement of the trains, and as it is quadrilateral, then it will connect which cities? Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. Whenever we say quadrilateral 4 places, then quadrilateral means in India which 4 places? Connecting in India, Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. In road transport, which project we call that? Golden Quadrilateral. But for railway train, high-speed train, Diamond Quadrilateral. Can you tell me one section has been discussed in that? Mumbai to Ahmedabad, and Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed train will run in future, but that would be which train? Bullet train, Japanese model, and it would be having how much speed? 250 to 350 km per hour. Can you tell me that it would be completed by which year? After 2020. So Diamond Quadrilateral is the beginning. It will take, you can say, 15 years more like that. So we will see high-speed trains of this is much speed in entire this area in long run. Not right now, but beginning with which section? Mumbai Ahmedabad bullet train, in which kind of activities nowadays going on? Land acquisition they are talking about. In which area land will be acquired. So it is just beginning, you can say. Diamond Quadrilateral. And if I want to know these trains, those would run, these are maglev train, non-maglev train. That is non-maglev. Generally we confuse that bullet train means maglev. These will be having wheel, these would be with friction, but these having the you can say high speed technology. But maglev even having speed 600 km per hour, etc. Japan has even run trial run of maglev train even. Which countries have maglev technology, magnetic levitation? Japan, China. China is running Shanghai Maglev. Japan also have maglev technology, but Japan is gradually developing this maglev technology. Can you tell me that India would adopt bullet train for high speed, but one more kind of train India is running, that is actually running in India, which is speed train, semi-high speed train of how much speed? 160 to 200 km per hour. Any train in recent time is running of this speed? Gatiman Express, between which two places? Agra to Delhi. That is of this much speed, 160 km per hour. It is the fastest train of India, but of high speed or semi-high speed? In semi-high speed, do we need entirely new construction or renovation of already existing track, modification, upgradation of already existing track? That is cheaper project and it will take lesser time. In India, we are basically focusing to increase a speed, first of all, semi-high speed, in future also high speed, but right now we are focusing on semi-high speed a lot. Even if I say in semi-high speed category, we are also talking about light coaches, that we will use light coaches of which country? Spain, and these coaches we are also called by Talgo. So Talgo coaches, lighter coaches, speed could increase considerably in semi-high speed. So discussion with the Talgo coaches, those are lighter in nature, those could be easily dragged at, you can say, with faster speed, they could run. So you can say some upgradation in railway track and also some kind of change in the coaches, etc. in future in India for semi-high speed. Any other change in the railways in our country other than that in recent time? In Indian Railways, even some kind of projects are running in India. One kind of trains, you can say, having this technology, Netra, that is the train that could even run in dense fog. So this technology, Netra, a kind of light, which would be even capable enough to see in fog area. So dense fog even there in winter, no delay, with the help of which technology? Netra. A light that would be keeping the visibility, you can say. Netra is basically, that is not Netra, Trinetra. That is Trinetra normally we say for which reason? To see even the invisible thing. So Trinetra would be at the head of the train. A very fast light would be there. Even can be seen the track on dense fog. Any one of you can tell me that any other thing we are discussing? Even green railway corridor. Green railway corridor means based upon which thing? Based upon bio toilets. Making free from human faces the railway tracks. Bio toilet concept. Which particular track recently is running this kind of train? In Tamil Nadu, Rameshwaram to Manu Madurai. Rameshwaram in Tamil Nadu, that is a kind of island location, Rameshwaram. And Rameshwaram to Manu Madurai is one place in Tamil Nadu. Connectivity of this kind of train, which having which facility? Bio toilet facility. That is called as green train corridors. So green train corridors and number of other tracks even finalized in Gujarat, Porbandar side. So in future we will be observing even which kind of toilets in our trains, bio toilet, in which no human faces will be falling on the railway track. And what would be the advantage of that? Cleaning, other than cleaning, the tracks will not be corroded by the bacterial activities. So we are observing deterioration of the railway track due to the human waste, more bacteria, harmful bacteria damaging the track. Also, you can say that in this technology, the waste of the human would be decomposed in such a fashion that only methane and water would be released. So methane would be byproduct, anaerobic condition, it would be decomposed in plant, you can say biotoilet, or water would be another thing. It is clean way. So cleaning part, then this kind of green railway corridor based upon biotoilet. And in India for urban transport, recently Ministry of Urban Development made one policy that we are calling GUTS, Green Urban Transport Scheme. Green Urban Transport Scheme. Under Green Urban Transport Scheme by Ministry of Urban Development, Venkaiah Naidu Ministry, in this scheme, there would be provision in cities, especially of which train, more metro trains, because we have seen that metro trains became the revolution for the urban transport or public transport. Clean energy, efficient energy, one of the best mechanism for urban transport. The Green Urban Transport Scheme promoting more urban metro train in India. So government is facilitating more metro trains in metropolitan cities. Nowadays you are observing Lucknow Metro, number of work going on in Chennai, Kochi, also Indore and Patna, etc. Already metro trains are running in Delhi and Kolkata and also Mumbai and Bengaluru and Jaipur. So you can say that metro train would be one thing, but in Green Urban Transport Scheme, not only metro train, but non-motorized vehicle, non-motorized transport. Non-motorized transport means promotion to which thing in the urban area, even having tracks for pedestrians, and even promotion to cyclists, you can say. Pedestrian cyclists we also require. So that is also a kind of planning going on in for cities, that more promotion to pedestrians and cyclists. Separate track should be there for pedestrian and cyclists. And even we are calling about development of in urban area last mile connectivity. Last mile connectivity means what? That from any kind of mode of transport in urban area to our houses, that is last mile connectivity till our house to the, you can say. So if we are in metro train, then metro train, once we come out from metro train, then up to our seat, up our house, then we need even the metro buses, for example, feeder buses, or you can say the kind of seva we see, which kind of auto we see nowadays, e-rickshaw. So e-rickshaw, for example, etc., feeder facility, last mile connectivity. So you can say that urban transport has become very major issue in recent time, and we are focusing on this part as well. Could you tell me that other than road transport, other than railway transport, definitely break is required. After the break, we will discuss the later part. The topics are only few topics of Indian geography left. Only in the last, you can link with the seaways, which yojana going on in our country? Sagarmala. What is the purpose of Sagarmala? Port development or port-led development? Port-led development. We have to develop our port, but we have to also provide road connectivity, railway connectivity, pipeline connectivity to hinterland or inland area. not only port along the coastal line we develop, but also through the port we have to develop the railway line network, road connectivity to inland area or hinterland area. So in Sagarmala we have to modernize our port, and we have to connect ports with other transport mode like roadways, etc. Other transport modes, and so that hinterland or inland could be served very well. Hinterland means surrounding area of the port. China has done the same thing, the same model. You can say number of countries are adopting. Sagarmala is basically focusing the same model. You can say that we will develop our port cities, a port area in a special economic zone. We will develop road connectivity, railway connectivity from the port here. Can you tell me, Sagarmala project is very ambitious project, you can say, and in recent time, which famous ports of India we have in private sector? Mundra port in Gujarat, and Krishnapatnam and Gangavaram port in Andhra. With which investment? Private investment. So with private investment, which port we are observing in India? In Gulf of Kutch area, which port is very close to Kandla? Mundra. And which two ports are being developed in Andhra? Krishnapatnam and also Gangavaram. In which state? Andhra. Mundra in Gujarat, Gulf of Kutch area near Kandla. So these ports so we are promoting private investment. Adani Group port, Mundra port, Krishnapatnam, Gangavaram port, of number of companies involved here in South India, in Andhra. Can you tell me that in inland waterways, how many waterways already India has declared? 6 waterways, NW1 to NW6. I think I have given this list to you. Please see in that. But in pipeline, in transport, one pipeline is being discussed a lot in India in present time, under construction, especially in eastern India. That is pipeline in domestic sector that will connect Jagdishpur, then Varanasi in UP, then Patna in Bihar, then it will go to Jharkhand area also, and then Jharkhand too, it will go to, you can say, West Bengal. It will connect to Haldia. Then it will be even going to in Odisha, up to which place in Odisha? Dhamra in Odisha. And which pipeline it would be? Jagdishpur, Varanasi, Patna, Haldia, Dhamra pipeline. Natural gas pipeline. And it will be also used for cooking gas. So it will be providing cheaper cooking gas for Eastern Indian people. And also it will help in which fertilizer plant? Nowadays, Government of India is focusing on urea fertilizer plants, and 3 plants Government of India is developing in recent time. Urea plant of the past, based upon natural gas, these plant will run. The proposed under construction this pipeline, Jagdishpur, Varanasi, Patna, Haldia, Dhamra, and connecting UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Bengal, Odisha, Eastern India. And this particular pipeline will help in which sector? Providing cooking gas and also producing fertilizer. Any one of you can tell me in Eastern India which fertilizer plant we are reviving? Government of India has decided to revive old plant. One plant of the UP, Gorakhpur. One plant of, you can say, in Jharkhand, Sindri plant. Sindri in Jharkhand. And one plant of Odisha, Talcher. So Gorakhpur, Sindri, Talcher. These plant basically plant of which kind? Urea. But earlier urea plant were running by which material? Naphtha. But government of India has decided to go for which kind of material? Natural gas to make the urea. So Gorakhpur plant will be revived. Also you can say for urea production, even Sindri plant of Jharkhand and Talcher in Odisha. And in Bihar also one plant is there that would be revived. So government of India is focusing on fertilizer plants, for example, Gorakhpur plant, Sindri of Jharkhand. So more discussion on these fertilizer plant, urea based, nitrogenous fertilizer, based upon pipeline. And which international pipeline is being discussed? TAPI, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. Turkmenistan will use natural gas of which area? Caspian Sea. And in India, it will come to which place? In Punjab. Which part of Punjab? Fazilka in Punjab. Under construction, this pipeline. One more pipeline rather than Pakistan, we are discussing India, Iran pipeline without Pakistan. That would be seabed pipeline. Which sea? Arabian Sea. Iran, India directly. In Iran, which port? Chabahar. And in India, which place? Porbandar. But it would be proposed pipeline, no construction, only proposed. That would be alternative to Pakistan-based pipeline. TAPI has one problem, it is passing through Pakistan. In case of any disruption, it would be problematic for India. That's why we don't want to take risk. That's why we have decided to have deep sea bed pipeline, India-Iran pipeline, Chabahar in Iran, India is developing, and Porbandar in which state? Gujarat. So these kind of international pipeline. Any one of you can tell me right now in India, whatever natural gas is coming, that is coming in which form? LNG, liquefied natural gas. And can you tell me that in Sri Lanka, we are focusing that one port is there of Sri Lanka, Trincomalee. Which port? Trincomalee port. And Trincomalee port of Sri Lanka, India is emphasizing Sri Lanka. Then this facility of Trincomalee would also be used for LNG supply in India. Sri Lanka, though willing to give this facility to India, Trincomalee for LNG supply or energy port for India, but presently we are focusing certain issues are there, and domestic compulsion for Sri Lankan government. Recently Sri Lankan, you can say the officials even talking about that once time would be good, then Trincomalee port of Sri Lanka would be given to India for which purpose? LNG supply. So Trincomalee issue remained in news a lot between India and Sri Lanka. So this part is linked with the transport, and only in air transport for cheaper then definitely Udan. What is the full form of Udan? Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. So names are quite popular name. Easily we can remember. Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. From even small cities, even people could be having cheaper flight. These would be Udan Yojana for air transport. For pipeline, international pipeline TAPI or Iran-India proposed, and also under construction natural gas pipeline linking Jagdishpur to Dhamra via number of states. In ports, one port remained in use of Sri Lanka, Trincomalee port, one port of Iran, Chabahar port, and which port of Myanmar? Sitwe port. So this part is linked with transport. And in the last, in you can say in urban area, you can also link with urban area. Certain kind of recent programs are running in urban area. Which yojanas are running in urban area? One is Smart City. One yojana is called as Amrut. What is the full form of Amrut? Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. Atal Mission is basically the new name of existing program Jawaharlal Nehru Urban Renewal Mission. And what is the full form of Amrut Yojana? Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. R for rejuvenation and U for urban, T for transportation. Transformation. Providing, you can say, water facility, providing road connectivity, providing other infrastructure facility in other cities. But some cities will be having even smart city provision. But in your opinion, one more yojana is running in urban area, housing for all. These three yojana. Can you tell me that one kind of also yojana that is combining rural urban or Shyama Prasad Mukherjee yojana, focusing not only urban but also rural infrastructure? Shyama Prasad integral approach, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee urban mission, developing even the rural infrastructure, even the concept of smart village, developing good facilities in village area as well. Can you tell me that in urban area in recent time we are observing that one kind of for cleaning purpose changes are there, solid waste management rules, of 2016, which changes have been brought in solid waste management rules in 2016 guidelines, that in urban area earlier we only included you can say which town which has municipality or municipal corporation, but now in solid waste management not only those cities which have municipality or municipal corporation, even any kind of industrial town without municipality, notified industrial town would be there, or any kind of SEZ even would be there, or any property of the railway or any property of the roadways, all urban area along the railway property or roadways property that would be having solid waste management rules. What would be done in this solid waste management rule? The kind of focus on which energy? Biogas plant and compost plant by solid waste. Clean energy we can produce by solid waste. But one more thing is being done, that whosoever would produce, or just like we as a living in the urban area, we are called as generators. We are generating the solid waste. Then it would be the duty of generators or people like us, then we have to segregate the solid waste, otherwise we would be punished. In these rules we have to change that one waste would be solid, that has to be segregated by ourselves. One waste would be liquid. For example, for liquid green pits are being given, and for solid blue color then we have to dump that. Even hazardous goods, hazardous material would be separate. So solid, liquid and hazardous separation on which level? Collection level, generator level. Even that would be a kind of providing formal sector for rag pickers, formal sector rather than informal. Kabadi wala, all these would be in formal sector. So rag pickers, these would be in which sector now? Formal sector. There would be proper identity, proper integration, and these people would be brought under formal sector. And that would be the duty of generator to segregate solid, liquid, hazardous separately. It would not be the duty of rag pickers. So solid waste management rules have been changed in the country. Urban area criteria has been you can say expanded or narrowed. expanded, and also these kind of things have been brought. So this particular part linked with the issues of Indian geography, environmental issues mainly, and even some issues are there linked with the world and physical. So now the time is there to revise. Please revise your material, current affairs, whichever way you have studied, and you will be finding that in any kind of material, normally news are changed, sentences are changed. So rather than reading from number of sources, just stick to one source and revise it properly. Even in all current issues we are observing, things are same. In certain issues, few points are more, few points are lesser, but more or less whichever material is available in the market, online material, that is almost same. Now, few issues of physical geography as well. Physical geography is quite scientific, and current affairs of physical geography is linked with mainly climate change, etc. Can you tell me that in physical geography, we divide physical geography in three parts: geosphere, atmosphere, and also hydrosphere. As far as one more part is there, biosphere, that we have discussed in Indian perspective as well, environmental issues. We will discuss biosphere part within the geosphere, within the atmosphere, within the hydrosphere, because you know it very well that physical geography, whenever we say, then three sections are there. This part we call geosphere, the crust mantle core together. This part we call atmosphere, the layer of atmosphere, and also oceanic area, normally hydrosphere. And biosphere is nothing but a common area of these three. So we can discuss biosphere, environmental issues even within the geosphere, atmosphere, and hydrosphere. As far as this part is concerned, geosphere, in which we discuss crust mantle core. Recently, one kind of news came that two kind of continental areas have been discovered. One area is called by one name, one continental area, Zealandia. So in geosphere, one kind of continent discovery that we call Zealandia. Zealand is linked with which country? New Zealand. It means if you see in the world map, it is Indian area, it is Southeast Asia, and this side we observe it is Australia, and then here the location of which country? New Zealand here. But New Zealand to this side, the kind of Pacific Ocean though we have, but we observed that beneath this Pacific Ocean water, the crust we are observing, that is continental crust actually. New Zealand to one island here that we call Caledonia Island. Which island? Caledonia Island, northward. That is basically overseas territory of France. France is controlling this island. This particular continental area that we call Zealandia is this area. Most of the area except New Zealand and Caledonian few island is below water, above water, below water. So only you can say more than 90% area of Zealandia is submerged, and very small area is above water like New Zealand or Caledonia. So that is a kind of continental crust we are observing in that zone. Could you tell me that earlier in past around 200 million years before, one South America and one you can say African land, also India, Australia and all these were called by which name? even Gondwana land. Then breaking of Gondwana land, you can say in which time? Around 200 million years before, due to internal heat, this land got divided around 200 million years before. Then that time when division was occurring, then in this side Australia, we consider only one plate, Australian side, continental plate, but even some kind of this area was also continental area was there of Gondwana land, and division took place. Indo-Australian plate moved on this side, but this part remained on Zealandia part remained here. So Zealandia, a kind of land, a continental type, part of which land? Gondwana land. That was broken around 200 million years before, and most of the land is below water, above water. This land below water, submerged. In which land is visible? New Zealand and Caledonia side. One more kind of continental discovery or continental rocks have been found that is in that zone. For example, it is Africa, and you see near Africa one island country is there. We have very good relationship with this country, and a lot of Indians also living in that area, especially from Bihar, Mauritius. So one island is here, Mauritius. Mauritius country is very close to Madagascar, but same way, just like you can say Zealandia and Australian land got divided. Similarly, once Gondwana land was breaking, then even this area, the Mauritius land also formed. But once we have seen in recent time, beneath the Mauritius, rather than oceanic crust in this ocean, we are observing continental crust. And we have found continental crust that is beneath the Mauritius. Can you tell me, continental crust normally older crust or younger crust? Very old, 4 billion year old even. But oceanic crust is quite younger because continuously volcanic eruption is coming and then formed here. So oceanic crust is younger, but which crust is older? Continental crust is quite old crust, and we are observing that in this sea area near Mauritius, the kind of rocks are there. We find one kind of particle, zircon particle. Which particle? Zircon. Zircon is a kind of particle found in continental crust, especially in which rock? Basalt or granite? Granite. Granite is found in continental crust or oceanic crust? Continental crust. Even the age, once we have calculated, it is approximately 4 billion year old. So it is indicating that though Mauritius, just like New Zealand and this Caledonia, even in that area that we have Mauritius, beneath that the kind of rocks we have, which kind of rocks we have? Continental crust. It is also submerged into water, maximum portion. But zircon is indicating in these rocks, mineral ridge belt, that is indicating continental crust part. So which kind of continental land have been recently discovered? One in Pacific Ocean, by which name? Zealandia. Another is near which country? Mauritius. Okay, after in geosphere this part, one more kind of area is there in current affairs, atmosphere. And you know it very well that in atmosphere, main topic is definitely climate change. And this area has been discussed in your science and tech classes, I think a lot, climate change. And even one more topic is there other than climate change in atmosphere, that we call by which name? Global warming. And in global warming, normally, which kind of gas we discuss? CO2. And CO2 level last year has reached to which mark? Even 400 ppm. So first time CO2 now reached to more than 400 ppm in the present time, never ever we have recorded this kind of level of CO2. So 400 ppm even in this. So in atmosphere, the level of CO2 now touched to which level? 400 ppm. Could you tell me that in recent time, not only CO2 level, but one more kind of gases are being released. Those are entirely man-made gases that we call F gases. Which gases? F gases are fluorinated gases. Any one of you can tell me that which kind of gases normally we discuss in fluorinated gases, which is having fluorine. In the past, even CFC discussed a lot, but also HFC and HCFC and SF6, whichever gases having fluorine, chlorofluorocarbon, hydrofluorocarbon, hydrochlorofluorocarbon, sulfur hexafluoride, all have fluorine. And all these gases are basically natural or man-made? Man-made. Those are mainly used for which purpose? We have developed these gases for which purpose? For mainly refrigerator or for cooling point of view. Refrigerated or in refrigeration we use this kind of gases. Even for number of other reasons as well. Refrigerator is main, you can say. In recent time, the amount of these gases have been increasing, especially due to cooling or refrigerator. And could you tell me which gas amount is increasing nowadays? Is it CFC or HFC? HFC and HCFC also. Because CFC has been banned. Under which protocol? Montreal Protocol. In which year? 1987, but it implemented in 1989. So 1989, you can say that CFC has been. So 1987 implementation of which protocol? Montreal Protocol. Then countries, because it was legally binding, that's why countries were forced to cut down the CFC in 90s, and after 90s, countries are not using CFC gas for refrigeration. But which gas they are now using? HCFC, hydrochlorofluorocarbon, in cooling purpose. And this HCFC has one byproduct that is called as HFC 23(1) or HCFC, a typical HCFC even 22 we call, or refrigerator or gases like, or R22 the commercial name. So which gases nowadays being used in coolant? HCFC, for example, HCFC 22 or R22. And what is the byproduct of these gases? HFC. But these gases, especially HFC, if I want to know, is it harming our ozone or not at all harming ozone? Not at all harming the ozone because it doesn't have chlorine. Even HCFC is basically damaging ozone much or less, unlike CFC, very less. So HCFC though causing less damage, unlike CFC, but we do not have any kind of threat to ozone by this gas HFC 23. Could you tell me in recent time HFC is also being banned or not? Due to which reason? Though it is not causing any kind of problem to ozone, it is not depleting ozone, but it is basically having lot of global warming potential, or GWP we call. Global warming potential is very high. For example, HFC 23, one molecule is equivalent to 14,800 molecule of which gas? Carbon dioxide. So one single molecule of HFC 23 is equal to 15,000 approximately molecule of CO2. So this has very high global warming potential we call. So even little but amount of HFC would be very dangerous. As in Paris summit, we are focusing that temperature must be controlled up to how much level? By 2100, below 2 degrees Celsius. Ideal condition would be even containing up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And HFC, if we use, that temperature would increase considerably due to high global warming potential. But if we ban HFC, then we can reduce how much temperature? 0.5 degrees Celsius of the earth could be decreased by 2100. That would be playing a major role if we ban this particular gas. For this we have brought amendment in which protocol? Montreal Protocol, and we have in which agreement we are calling that? Kigali Agreement. Kigali is one city in which country? Uganda capital Kigali. Sorry, Rwanda capital Kigali, African country. And in Kigali, that is a amendment in which protocol? Montreal Protocol. And which amendment is there? That not only ozone depleting substances would be controlled, but also any kind of gas that is also causing global warming. And on this name, amendment on Montreal Protocol last year, and what has been done here, that all the countries would cut down their HFC, you can say. Can you tell me that 3 groups have been made here? One country is definitely, which countries first of all, more responsibility? A developed country like USA, or member of G7 group, or these kind of industrial countries. And these countries will reduce their HFC level by 2036, and that they would cut down how much HFC? 85%. 85% cut in that. By which year? 2036. But 85% of what?
2005.
Whatever they were, you can say, what was the level in which year? Base year. 2012 base year. And whatever these countries were releasing in 2010, the base year, they will bring 85% cut in that. By which year? 2036. But this particular Kigali agreement would be in force from which year for these countries? 2019. That is not forced year. This year there is no cut down. So even they don't do any kind of cut, it is not legally binding on them. But from which year it would be legally binding? 2019. So from 2019, they will basically would be under legal binding aspect. So 1st Jan 2019, then they have to cut. So it is very much important that 3 years we have to remember in that. 2019 they will cut down, and they would cut down from which level? 2012 level, and they would achieve 85% cut by which year? 2036. Second group is which group? You can say some developing countries like Brazil, South Africa, China, even some African countries, and these countries will cut down HFC as early as 2036 or 2045. 2045. So one more group is there: China, Brazil, South Africa, etc. These countries like India, but we are not part of that. And these countries decided to cut down their HFC by 80%, from which you can say by which year? 2036 or 45? 2045. But it would be, you can say, base year of which 2012 base year would be there in cutting, or 2021 would be the base year. 2021 would be the base year. It means up to 2021 they need not to worry, and 2021 they could release HFC, you can say. But you can say after that it would be implemented 2024 onwards, they have to cut down. So 2021 the base year would be there, and by 2024 that would be legally binding. And they would cut down by which year? 2024 to 2045. How much amount? 80%. From which level? base level 2021 for these countries. But for India, as we have discussed with them, that as India is fast developing country, and if we will not use HFC, then our refrigerator and our air conditioner, then this market would be badly affected. And industries or industrial development we want, then we can't do without refrigeration, etc. Or ACs we want, fast developing country. So we will require more time. So India in this with group, third group with Pakistan here, with Gulf countries here, and we have decided to cut down up to 85%, but year would be 45 or 2047. 2047. And what would be the base year for India? It would be 2021, unlike China, or 2012, unlike USA, or it would be 2025. 2025 would be the base year. Up to this, we can increase our HFC how much we want, and it would be implemented legally binding from which year? 2028, you can say. From 28, it would be freezing level. Beyond that, we can't increase. We have to cut down definitely. Up to which year? 47. And how much amount we have to cut down? 85%. Then if I say we will not use HFC in that period, then which alternative we have? Then alternative would be not HFC, not HCFC, not you can say CFC. All are banned, you can say. Then we have to go for one kind of alternative has been given, HFO, hydrofluoroolefin. Hydrofluoroolefin. That would be one alternative for India. So we are asking more time. It would be costly. We have to purchase that. So HFO would be used later on in that. So one idea in atmospheric changes like this one, Kigali Agreement, which has divided countries in three kind of groups. One is led by USA, one is led by India, one is led by China. We have to cut down by 85% this HFC by 2047. China like country would have to cut down their this kind of by 2045, 80%, but it would be not 85. And for USA and developed countries, it would be 85% cut by 2036. Base year is different and implementation is also different, legal binding. Okay, this part in science and tech also you have covered. So it would be a kind of revision. And if I say that other than that, in atmosphere, even one more thing we are observing in atmosphere, that as temperature has been increasing continuously, that's why the kind of area in which more warming we are observing in entire world, which area maximum warming we are observing? Arctic region. That is warming on an average by 200% or double of normal average of increase in temperature. So Arctic region we are observing is observing maximum increase in the temperature, you can see. Unlike average temperature increase of the earth, maximum increase, that is double of normal average. So we are observing more problem in Arctic region. What is the reason behind that? Global warming, but why not it is equal to Antarctica or surrounding area, other area? Because Arctic region is basically in northern hemisphere where continents are more. So we are observing the continental effect on this area as well. Then if Arctic region, you can say, is observing more increase in temperature, then the ice melting in that area taking place rapidly or rapidly. So a lot of changes are occurring in Arctic region. Ice melting has been very rapid, especially Greenland area and you can say Siberian area. We will observe more melting, you can say. And we are observing that a time would come, maximum Arctic area would be liquid form rather than frozen form. It will change polar bear, it will change even the other circulation as well. Can you tell me that maximum changes we are observing in Arctic and also in which region? Second region, Antarctica. And in Antarctica area, due to increase in temperature, then one research scientists now doing that they are basically navigating around the Antarctica to know the impact of the global warming in atmosphere. What would be the impact in Antarctica region, and that we are calling a kind of Antarctica circum, or you can say around Antarctica circum expedition, Antarctica circumpolar expedition. Scientists now navigating and observing the changes physically. So large team of scientists nowadays basically navigating and observing which kind of changes are occurring around Antarctica as well, that we are calling in short form ACE or ACE. So one kind of expedition ACE around the Antarctica going on by physical change that is occurring by young scientists and also old scientists together. A big team is there on this navigation, observing the climate change effect around the Antarctica. ACE experiment. Any other thing in recent time in that you can say atmospheric zone? Pollution issue we have discussed in detail, then air pollution, etc. That is part of that. And also we have seen in atmosphere one kind of change. We are observing certain kind of atmospheric wind flow, and that we are calling atmospheric river. So scientists have called one kind of term for certain kind of winds, atmospheric rivers. That was a new kind of term, because rivers we know flowing on the land, but even some winds are flowing. Those are basically rivers we are calling. Then they have more moisture, less moisture. So these would be humid wind, dry wind. Humid wind. Whenever we say humid wind, they should start from ocean area, continental area, ocean area. So we are observing that mid-latitude region, especially mid-latitude region, mid-latitude means temperate area. These kind of atmospheric winds, these are the winds which are carrying the humidity from the ocean to the continent in mid-latitude area or temperate area. So in mid-latitude temperate area, around 90% humidity is contributed by these winds, atmospheric winds. Those we call by which name? Atmospheric rivers. So if I say moisture content of mid-latitude area is controlled by which kind of winds? Those are starting from the ocean, but these kind of winds are basically even called by which name due to more humidity? Atmospheric rivers. These are you can say at surface or slightly higher side and covering a lot of area. Similarly, for tropical area and subtropical area, even the winds running from the ocean, tropical and subtropical area, low latitude area, we are calling certain kind of wind, those we call low level jet. Low level jet, these are also the wind, fast wind at the height of 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer. That is basically bringing the moisture of ocean for which area? Tropical and subtropical area. So if I say atmospheric rivers for which region? Mid latitude. And for low latitude, which kind of winds are there? Low level jet. But both are basically bringing the moisture of the ocean towards the land. So even experiment of this kind also, that low level jet role, atmospheric river or these kind of winds role in different region of the world. So these areas, I think, in current affairs remained, you can say, in atmosphere. And one more area, yes. Could you tell me, if I say atmospheric river bringing a lot of humidity, then they may cause heavy rainfall in mid latitude area. So rainfall would be quite heavy then. So it will definitely increase the amount of rainfall for which area? Mid latitude area. You know it very well that researches are going on and number of kind of mechanism we are observing in our atmosphere that is quite dynamic, our atmosphere. We have discussed this part in detail in conventional atmosphere, but we can discuss even this area. Could you tell me the kind of changes which are occurring? Then, as I said, CO2 has increased considerably. That is no more 278 ppm, unlike pre-industrial era. Rather, we are observing from pre-industrial era to 2016. That is how much? 400 ppm. Even we are observing one more change in the atmosphere. That amount of pollutant, either CO or nitrogen oxides or even ammonia, number of gases we are observing in our atmosphere increasing considerably, or HFC, etc. Pollutant level also increased considerably. Even we have seen that also in the soil, nitrogen and phosphorus amount has increased considerably. Due to which reason? More fertilizer. Then what is the impact of this thing due to more CO2, more pollutants, more nitrogen, phosphorus in the soil? That we are observing not only global warming, unprecedented temperature has been increasing year by year, making the records. Also we are observing sea level increase considerably due to more melting of ice. And even we are observing number of other things. For example, biodiversity depletion, maximum species on the verge of extinction, and we are observing a kind of depletion of massive kind never ever has been seen, that we are calling by which name? Mass extinction. It is believed that by 2100 you can say more than 230 species would be extinct. It is very fast, you can say, depletion of biodiversity. Mass extinction we are calling that. Fastest mass extinction ever on the earth. It means that all these things, either global warming or sea level increase or biodiversity depletion or increase in nitrogen, phosphorus kind of amount in the soil a lot, and creating number of problems, eutrophication and so on, all are natural or man-made? Mainly man-made causes, though Donald Trump is not agreed upon that, but other people agree upon that. So if we say that it is man-made, then this era we should call human era or natural era? Human era. And we are calling which kind of era in present time? Anthropocene. So Anthropocene nowadays we are calling. That we are living in which era? Anthropocene. Anthrop means human being. So human being has brought a lot of changes rather than natural features, and the kind of challenges are there: biodiversity depletion, global warming, etc. And this term has been coined by Nobel Prize winner. One name is there, Crutzen, Paul Crutzen. He coined this term in 2000. Anthropocene. Earlier, scientists claimed that we were living in which era? Anthropocene or Holocene? Holocene. Holocene started from which time? Around 12,000 years before. That was a time, Neolithic age. Human being was aware of, you can say, agriculture activities. Neolithic age we call that. 12,000 years back, Holocene. But now scientists are saying that 1950 onwards, we should call it is Holocene or end of Holocene. End of Holocene and beginning of which era? Which basically not era we are calling, rather particular term is used for that. 1950s onwards, Anthropocene. and it is called as epoch, Anthropocene epoch. Actually, world has faced different time period geologically on the basis of mainly natural phenomena rather than human being intervention. Human being intervention because human being evolved few million years back, so our intervention would come in the last, but maximum. But if I say that which kind of era world has faced, first period we call by which name? Precambrian. That is since the birth of the earth 4.8 billion to 570 million years. That is the first time even we call Precambrian era. 4.8 billion, if you convert into million, it would be how much? 4,800 million till 570 million. Why we call Precambrian? Cambrian means life and Precambrian means before life. So Precambrian time. Then 570 million to 245 million. We call this era by one name, Paleozoic era. Which era? Paleozoic. Zoic means life. Paleo means old life. Old life, you can say like fish or these kind of animals we call even bird life also evolved, Paleozoic. But 245 to 65 million year we call Mesozoic. Reptile like dinosaur, other reptile, also mammal, some mammal like horses, Mesozoic, like Jurassic, that is within the Mesozoic. Meso means middle life. But 65 million to till now, at the time of Himalayan formation, till now, we call this era modern era, Cenozoic, modern life. And whenever modern life, then which name comes in your mind? Human being. But human being evolved in which time of Cenozoic? Last phase, recent time. For example, within the Cenozoic, we call that Pleistocene time. Which time? Pleistocene, the human being evolution. Pleistocene is basically the time period 2 million onwards. 2 million onwards to 12,000. And in that time, human being, Java man, number of names are there. Neanderthal and these kind of names, or ape, etc. But 12,000 onwards, we call Pleistocene or Holocene. Holocene. And 12,000 to 1950, Holocene, in which human being evolved properly, even raising the crop, agriculture, Neolithic era. And 950 onwards, scientists now agreed we should call which era or which epoch? Anthropocene. So if I say that which era world faced, Earth faced since the beginning, Precambrian till 570 million, negligible life, single cell, but not a kind of complex life. Real life started 570 million year onwards, and we call this era by which name? Paleozoic era. Then 245 to 65 we called Mesozoic, reptile era, or even other life. But 65 million to till now we call modern era, Cenozoic. But within this era, human being evolved at which time? Beginning of 65 million year or 2 million year before? Around 2 million year before to 12,000. And 12,000 onwards, the modern man and Holocene we call, in which human being was using certain kind of equipment, even raising the crop. But latest phase we are calling, this epoch we are calling by which name? Anthropocene. So nowadays we are living in Anthropocene. So more discussion on this part, the Anthropocene part in present time. Let's see for how long human being will allow Earth to go on, because Earth is reaching to the carrying capacity and saturation level. and number of adverse impact we are observing on the earth. Could you tell me that in one more part is there that we call hydrosphere? Which kind of changes, especially in hydrosphere? Hydrosphere means water bodies. Water body could be ocean, could be river, could be anything, wetland, and so on. So you can say that hydrosphere is including ocean, river, lake, any kind of water, you can say. But main water in which part? Ocean water. Which changes we are observing in hydrosphere or recent change? First of all, due to global warming, we are observing that as sunlight is now, you can say that kind of heat is generated by global warming. This heat is being taken up by continental area more or ocean area more. Maximum heat oceans are absorbing. Water is good absorber of heat, and water is having capacity to absorb more heat. Once you boil the water, then water will be boiled in a lot of heat. Then we are observing that more than 90% heat of the earth absorbed in basically ocean. Less than 10% heat actually consumed by our continent. So our oceans are basically absorbing impact of the global warming a lot on their part, and very less they are releasing of our continental area. So we are safe here because of ocean absorbing a lot of heat. Unfortunately, ocean have capacity to absorb this heat. Then due to excessive amount of absorption of the heat by the ocean water, more than 90% absorption of this heat, then ocean water we are observing getting warmer a lot, and this warming we are observing in the form of melting of ice. That is in the Arctic region, that is in Himalayan glacier, that is also in Antarctica. As far as Antarctica is concerned, which area we are observing that now started melting in rapid pace? One famous Antarctica shelf is there that we call Larsen Shelf. Any one of you can tell me that shelf, whenever we say, we consider shell is which part? Oceanic side or continental side? Oceanic water, continental shelf is having oceanic water. So whenever we say shelf area, that would be basically oceanic water in frozen form around which continent? Antarctica. It is oceanic water that is in frozen form. Now we are observing a kind of rapid melting here, and that is causing a rift in Larsen Shelf. Once this ice would be separated due to this melting is occurring, dividing Larsen Shelf, then this ice we will call by which name? Large ice block, and we will call these ice sheet or iceberg. These would be called as iceberg. Iceberg is what? Iceberg is basically which kind of ice pieces? Those are in the water. Those are floating ice blocks. One iceberg famous for Titanic crisis. Could you tell me that iceberg once will be melted, then will they increase any kind of sea level? No, because ice is only occupying which area? Floating masses these are. So these itself not increasing the sea level. According to the floating principle, sea level will not increase by iceberg melting. But you know it very well, in case it is Antarctica, and around Antarctica ice is melting, for example, which shelf? Larsen Shelf, divided in two parts, and this part will be merging into the water, then it is leading to more iceberg creation. Yes. Then if I say once water will be changed, then this water will be slightly denser or lighter due to more ice melting. That would be lighter water, because ice melting will release which water? Saline or fresh? Fresh water. And thank you. And if we discuss that once fresh water would be added more here, then water would be changed and it will affect the vertical movement of the oceanic water. It will control upwelling and downwelling. So which thing would be changed in future? Upwelling and downwelling, that is dependent upon the salinity factor, and also so more ice melting will lead to change in vertical movement of the oceanic water, that we call downwelling, upwelling, and this circulation even we call thermohaline circulation. What we call this circulation? Thermohaline. More fresh water content, tendency of this water will not to go down much. So thermohaline circulation will be changed. Thermohaline circulation when we call vertical movement or density current, like upwelling, downwelling. In polar area, normally we see downwelling, upwelling due to colder water, downwelling. But in tropical area, we see upwelling. But overall circulation would be changed. And that will in long run will change which effect, which movement? Oceanic current. So oceanic currents also we are observing. Ocean currents being affected by that. The ocean water movement is affected by this kind of change. Ocean currents we are observing. Any one of you can tell me that any other thing we are observing in hydrosphere other than that due to increasing temperature? Even we are observing one more change a lot in recent time that we are calling coral bleaching. Especially in which year we have seen a lot of coral bleaching? Last year 2016. But it started from which year? 2014, then 15. Due to which factor? El Nino factor that increase the temperature of which ocean? Pacific Ocean. Any one of you can tell me coral bleaching mainly we have seen in which ocean due to El Nino factor? Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean? Pacific Ocean, because El Nino is linked with the warming water of Pacific Ocean. And in Pacific Ocean, we have one country, Australia, and this side of Australia, Indian Ocean, this side of Australia, Pacific Ocean. And in this side of the ocean, we have which kind of zone? Great Barrier Reef. During strong El Nino in 2015, we have seen that Pacific water along the equator got warmer. Strong El Nino 15 has even caused a lot of bleaching in Great Barrier Reef. This damage is first time we are observing in present time that kind of bleaching in this area, Great Barrier Reef, that is the largest reef present on the earth. Can you tell me that this kind of reason is main reason? Which reason? El Nino factor, besides which factor? Global warming is common everywhere, but El Nino has increased considerably the temperature of the Pacific Ocean. Could you tell me that which kind of algae life has been expelled during that time, high temperature condition? Zooxanthal algae was expelled. So that is basically the mutual relationship in coral reef of algae and algae life and which life mutual relationship? The coral polyp. But coral polyp in high temperature condition become stressed and they expel algae from their body and their color is becoming change or white color. तो जब टेम्परेचर बढ़ जाता है कोरल पोलिप थोड़ा तनाव में रहते हैं तो वो अपने पार्टनर को निकाल के बाहर फेंक देते हैं, लड़ाइयाँ ज्यादा करते हैं, एल्गी बाहर निकल आता है, बट दे डोंट रियलाइज हु वुड मेक द फूड इन द हाउस. खाना बंद हो जाता है बनना और कोरल पोलिप आल्सो डाइंग. But this could be reversible process or irreversible. Reversible. Once again, partners can once again come. So if proper you can say temperature will be reduced, then once again some kind of growth. It is not, you can say, irreparable loss we can again get. So coral bleaching is irreversible or even reversible, But maximum damage we have seen in Great Barrier Reef due to global warming. in recent time, due to global warming, we are observing more cyclone in the ocean area, because cyclones are linked with which kind of thing? Ocean temperature. So more cyclone we are observing on Australia. One cyclone will hit Great Barrier Reef. It will further damage the coral reef. So we are observing more cyclone, and coral reef are getting damaged a lot. So overall, oceanic area, we are observing changes are occurring. Coral bleaching, coral damage due to more temperature increase, El Nino factor, cyclonic factor. Any one of you can tell me one more thing we are observing due to global warming? More CO2 level, and ocean water is getting acidification. pH level of the ocean water has reached to which level last year? 8.3 or 8.1? 8.1 from 8 point. So a kind of decrease in the pH scale. So this we calling that ocean water is slowly changing to which side? Acidic behavior. That is also due to more CO2, and more CO2 is reacting with more water and making which acid? H2SO3. That is increasing the hydrogen ion and thus causing more acidity in the water. H2CO3 is changed this carbonic acid into 2H plus CO3, and more the hydrogen ion, then more the acidity, less the acidity, more the acidity. Hydrogen ion is increasing the acidity by combining with other kind of reaction, creating the acidity. So wherever hydrogen ion would be more, acidity would be more. For example, H2SO4, 2H plus SO4, then lot of acidity. So hydrogen ion is responsible for acidity. So ocean acidification, and it would be also causing problem, you can say. Number of other issues are there due to ocean acidification, even coral bleaching faster. It is vicious cycle. It is cascading effect, positive feedback we are calling that. One event is helping other, and other is again helping other, then a kind of loop is being formed. Any one of you can tell me one more kind of vicious cycle or positive feedback we are observing? More the warming, more the melting of ice. Then if ice would be melted, which part would be exposed? Lower area. And you know it very well, suppose we have ice above and below the water due to in Arctic area or Antarctica area. Once ice would be melted, lower part would be exposed, and lower part once will be exposed, then even the vegetation buried under ice will also be exposed. Then this condition would release which kind of gas? Methane would be released. This methane that is hidden, that is not able to reach to atmosphere, once ice would melt, then more methane would be exposed to the atmosphere, and more methane, more global warming. More global warming, more melting. More melting, once again more methane released. A kind of increase in temperature. So our system is reaching to that state that we are calling positive feedback or irreversible state even, or cascading effect or vicious cycle. And oceans, we are observing this phenomena a lot. More melting of ice, more methane. Methane is basically produced in anaerobic condition, but once ice will be melted, methane would be released. So from which area lot of methane we are observing? Siberian zone, Greenland side, Antarctica side, more methane is released. That would go to the atmosphere. It is having global warming potential very high, more than CO2, and causing increase in temperature even. Okay, ocean acidification, more methane release, ice melting, sea level rise, especially continental ice, more cyclone, and also coral bleaching, all are interlinked also. And more biodiversity depletion we are observing in the ocean. And fish production will also be affected by that due to this reason. Coastal people having one problem, even due to sea level increase, worldwide land is getting submerged. Can you tell me, any one of you can tell me that recent report has indicated that in which area more submergence other than Sundarban Delta? We lost maximum area in Nicobar Island. So recently in Indian side also report came due to sea level increase, Nicobar Island of India lost maximum area. Nicobar Islands. Lot of islands submerged into water. Tsunami of the past also responsible, but sea level rise also responsible. Other than Nicobar Island, we are losing the area in which state? West Bengal, Sundarbans. I think I even told you New Island submerged. So overall, we are observing coastal land now submerging. We lost more area in Nicobar, number one. Second is which area? West Bengal area, Sundarbans. Okay, any other thing in hydrosphere? So these are the areas of the hydrosphere, and now we can discuss climate change. You know it very well, Paris Summit, Kyoto Protocol, no need of discussion of all these. But world geography, in my opinion, some political issues, geopolitical issues remained in news a lot. Some dispute, some infrastructure development or trade, etc. Some other issues linked with the number of reasons, miscellaneous. But which area recently remained in news a lot? If you talk about top 5 area, more discussion in newspaper or magazine. Then one area we have seen South China Sea. One more area got lot of coverage, the area especially Gulf countries, Syria issue. Around which sea? Mediterranean Sea. One more area you can say remained in news, especially European area, due to Brexit issue, due to recent elections, due to kind of changes occurring in the Europe, either due to migration or other factors in the Europe, dispute between Russia and Ukraine, dispute between, you can say, within the countries in Europe, we are observing a trend is there. One is socialist, one is a kind of rightist people. So Europe also, Gulf countries, South China Sea, and also we have seen East China Sea, Japan, China. And one more area you can say, overall Eurasia, Europe plus Asia, due to one concept that we call OBOR, one belt, one road, linking Asia to Europe. OBOR. So once you discuss few key maps, which remained important in the geography a lot, or even IR, then one is South China Sea, and only thing you have to do, you have to make few maps, and you can revise those maps so that issues would be very clear to you. For example, if I say, then it is Bay Bengal, and which group, which island? Andaman and Nicobar. And south of this area, even one more area we call Andaman Sea. Which sea? Andaman Sea. So in Bay Bengal, one region we call Andaman Sea. And here we have which country? Myanmar. Then which country? Thailand. Then also which country? Malaysia. And this country, which country here? It is Indonesia. So Indonesia, first Singapore. Then here which country? Indonesia. That is like that. Indonesia. And this side, if we talk about just opposite to Bay Bengal and Andaman Sea, This water we call by which name? That is South China Sea. So South China Sea is in front of or just opposite side of Bay of Bengal. It is South China Sea. So South China Sea is tropical area or temperate area? Tropical area. Low latitude area, warmer sea this one. It is also the largest sea of the earth. In ocean, Pacific Ocean is the largest. But in sea, which sea is largest in the world? South China Sea is the largest sea in the world. Larger than Mediterranean Sea, larger than you can say any other sea we call. South China Sea is the largest sea we call. In South China Sea, which famous countries are there? This Malaysia is there, also Indonesian side is there, but one country in this side, Vietnam. It is Vietnam map, but one more area that is very important, this country, 3 times larger than India, that is China. And China is also touching South China Sea in that zone. China from north and east. For example, which area of China? Hong Kong side, Macau side, South China. That's why we are calling this sea by which name? South China Sea. So South China Sea is this location, this part of China, and here Vietnam. This side we see Malaysia even, and also some island. Which famous island here? Philippines. North of Philippines, which island here? Taiwan. Taiwan, Philippines. Even in this area, one island is there. Borneo Island we call. In Borneo, one famous country is there. Northward, Brunei. So Brunei is also there. And south of Brunei, which country? Indonesia. That we call even Borneo region. Now all the famous island, etc. But why South China Sea remained in news a lot? That China is claiming that maximum South China Sea land, whichever islands are there within the South China Sea, belonging to which country? Philippines or Vietnam, Brunei, Malaysia, Taiwan or China? China. China says historical agreements were there in this area, and one line China has presented. Which line? 9- line. That is which kind of line? A line indicating historical agreements of the past in oceanic area by China and other countries. On this name, China says that these islands which in South China Sea belonging to China. Which famous islands are there in that group? Actually, in front of Vietnam, this side, one group is here, and one kind of island group in slightly south of South China Sea here. Northern side, this island group we call Paracel Island. Which island? Paracel Island. And southward of China Sea, we call by which name these islands? Spratly Island. So which is more southward? Spratly Island group or Paracel? Spratly Islands and Paracel northward of South China Sea. China says island of Spratly and island of Paracel all are belonging to Chinese side. Due to which line? 9- line, and they say that this line is basically occupying maximum South China Sea. Is they call by which name? 9- line. Because how many dashes are there? 9 dashes are there. It is not a continuous line, rather one dash here, then one dash here, like that. Very interesting story presented by China on the past records and claiming entire area, their area. But if Paracel Island, then which other countries are also claiming? Which country this one? Taiwan. This side? This country? Philippines. So here in Paracel, Vietnam, and this country, Taiwan, and also Philippines. But in Spratly, even more countries are involved. Because which country is nearby that? Vietnam, and also this side? Malaysia, this side Brunei, this side Philippines. So Malaysia, Brunei involved in Spratly 11. They say that it is also very close to our area, and they have this kind of way that these islands completely not belonging to China, but some island also belonging to our countries. They do not accept 9-dash line of China. Now let me ask, it is only the matter of these islands or beyond that? What is that perspective beyond that? Not only land of that, China is claiming, or China did not clarify till now, that these islands belonging to China. Then what would be the surrounding sea or surrounding water? Even the marine rights China is trying to claim on that exclusive economic zone would also be belonging to China. So if these areas, so many islands are there, and every island will be having exclusive zone, according to United Nations Convention on Law of Sea, that up to how much width normally 200 nautical mile, this area we call EEZ. Then this water, China have the right to construct the structure. Then China can establish naval base. China can make number of factories in that area. China can develop ports here. China can extract the, resources of this area. Crude oil is there, natural gas is there, as well as fish is there. So China is trying to control of resources, and China can also develop these area very well to establish the naval base and other activities. So which country is having fear of this kind? You can take the island, but if you claim the marine rights here on the name of EEZ, it would be a problematic situation. On which area recently one dispute arise? One area is there. We have seen very interesting thing here, that one area we have near Philippines, that is called as Scarborough Shoal. Which shoal? Scarborough Shoal. Shoal is what? A kind of island or submerged area? Submerged area, a kind of land that is submerged into water. But shallow or deeper? Shallow. Then Philippines country is very close to Scarborough Shoal. But China announced few years back, then China has decided to establish environmental monitoring center, not naval base, but environmental monitoring center in that location. Philippines then having this fear that China could even later on use military on this part, it would be a threat for Philippines. Then Philippines reached to which court? International Court. And International Court has given the verdict in favor of which country? Philippines recently. On which shoal? Scarborough Shoal. Philippines won the case in International Court. But China's view is what? China is rejecting the International Court verdict. And what is the perspective of USA? That China is not following the marine laws. China is defying the international laws. But China is saying that our case was not very well presented, and this International Court has got the misrepresentation, and we want to discuss once again this issue with them. So not at all accepting the verdict already presented by or given by this International Court in favor of Philippines. Actually, if we consider that one more thing USA has realized through remote sensing satellite or through satellite images, which thing USA is continuously realizing in that area? China is doing some artificial structure in that area, or that we are calling artificial island creation. 2000 onward, China is developing artificial structure or artificial island. For example, if I say that in these area, in case if it is water, then if kind of land would be beneath that, then this land we will call which kind of land? Submerged land. Should we call it island or not? It is not the island, but we can call this kind of zone which kind of area? Reef area. This reef would be coral. This reef could be of sand structure, etc. But reefs are shallow area or deeper area? Shallow area. Deposition of sand, deposition of coral structure. And these reefs normally having which shape? a kind of ridge shape. And China is doing which thing? China is doing some artificial construction here and increasing the height of this reef to such a way that it is going above the water level. Then China is sending the navy on these. China is establishing the stations here. So what is the problem for other countries? That security issues for ship movement here, and also in future China also claim that is also the island and we want water of this side as well. So USA is having this fear that China can claim even in artificial area in long run that this particular EEZ also belonging to China. So artificial island creation on the reef structure, etc. So China wants to use not only land of this but also water for number of reasons. That would be posing a security issue, safety issue for entire region. That's why USA is discussing a lot. But one more thing is there, that China in recent time has launched one famous project. Which project? One Belt, One Road initiative. From which year? 2013. A dream project of Xi Jinping. The new president, you can say Xi Jinping. That is basically the initiative, One Belt, One Road initiative. Started in 2013. Massive investment of China never we have seen even by the USA in this initiative. One Belt, One Road initiative, developing infrastructure not only in China but number of countries. And this project is that kind of project in which China has planned that within 1 decade from 2013, 4.4 billion population of the world would be connected with Chinese projects. That is connecting the countries, nearby countries, by road network, railway network, sea route, etc. And in this initiative, One Belt, One Road, could you tell me that this initiative, One Belt, One Road, has two components? Which two components? One is Silk Road, economic belt. Another is maritime, Silk Road of 21st century. So we are calling one component SREB, that we are calling Silk Road, economic belt. And another we are calling by which name? Maritime, Silk Road. That is oceanic route, but we call road. In short form, it is called as MSR, and it is called as SREB. As far as MSR is concerned, then China has planned to connect Chinese area from eastern coast to which sea? South China Sea. Then through these island route, Chinese ships could go to South China Sea, near to Philippines and Malaysia, Vietnam. Then going to which area? Malacca Strait. So location of Malacca Strait is very important for this year. And this strait is dividing between, or water body between which area? This side Malaysia, this side Singapore, and which island of the Indonesia? Sumatra. That is not Java, that is Sumatra. Malacca Strait. But Malacca Strait is mainly controlled by which country? USA. And USA has even done massive investment in which country? Singapore. So Singapore economically, financially very close to USA. Since long, USA has good control on Malacca Strait with the help of Singapore. Singapore is having this kind of size, very close to the equator at the tip of Malaysia. So if Chinese trade would be facilitated from South China Sea, then crossing the Malacca Strait, it would reach to which bay or which sea? Andaman Sea or Bay of Bengal. That is part of which ocean? Indian Ocean. And South China Sea is part of which ocean? Pacific Ocean. So which is the basically, which strait is connecting Pacific and Indian Ocean? Malacca Strait. That is very narrow, hardly 3-4 kilometers even in certain section. So ships which are moving, those can't go simultaneously, you can say, number of ships can't go in that area. So more congestion, less congestion on this route, more congestion. And it is basically Malacca state observing maximum trade of the world, especially energy trade, for example. And this route, USA does not want to lose. But slowly, by naval base, by station, through these islands, Parcel and Spratly, China is trying to increase even the influence in Malacca state and then try to connect itself to Indian Ocean, and through Indian Ocean to which area? To route that we are calling, you can say this side we have this Gulf countries, and also here we have which continent? Africa, and we see this one? Arabian Sea, and then we see this one? Red Sea, and between Red Sea and Arabian Sea, which famous Gulf? Gulf of Aden. And also one state is there, Hormuz state. Which state? Hormuz state. And also then which canal? Suez Canal. Sorry, not Hormuz state, Bab al-Mandab state. Bab al-Mandab. That is, name is Bab al-Mandab. This state, Bab al-Mandab state. And then which canal? Suez Canal. Then which sea? Mediterranean Sea. So China has designed the maritime Silk Road passing through eastern coast of China to South China Sea. South China Sea to which particular state? Malacca state. Then to which sea? Andaman Sea or Bay Bengal side. Then which sea? Arabian Sea. Then which Gulf? Gulf of Aden near Yemen and Somalia. Then here which famous state? Bab al-Mandab state. And China has invested huge amount near Bab al-Mandab state in one country. That is which country? Djibouti. And Djibouti is being called as next Singapore, but by US investment or Chinese investment? Chinese investment, and China is going to establish first international naval base in Djibouti to control this route. So China has controlled this route that we call Gulf of Aden and Bab al-Mandab and Red Sea and Suez Canal with the help of Djibouti and Gulf countries, etc. But China is still unable to have major impact in Malacca state. So it is a war, which country would acquire the Malacca state in future. So China continuously pressurizing USA, that USA is in far-flung area. What is the use of the USA in that area? So China is trying to control here. And our particular area, India, is also having central location in this route, Bay Bengal and Arabian Sea. Then India is not, you can say, being used by Chinese in this perspective. We are not allowing China to become the part of this maritime Silk Road. But China is taking help of which countries? Sri Lanka. China developing Hambantota port, Colombo port, China is also developing. China also make good inroads in which country? Maldives. China also talk to Seychelles, etc. And this Mauritius country. Seychelles and that, then China will reach to Gulf of Aden, and then so China needs number of location in between for refueling of their ship, etc. So China needs infrastructure in surrounding area. So China is taking help of India on number of island. But China even invited India to become part of maritime Silk Road, and China said that which area of India could be utilized for that? Kolkata port. So China in this project also invited India through which port? Kolkata port. So you can say that it is the issue of South China Sea through geographical angle. So maritime Silk Road, once again if I say, will pass through which area? Maritime Silk Road. Maritime Silk Road or MSR, that is also called as 21st century MSR. That is connecting which coast of China? Eastern coast, western coast? Eastern coast of China to which sea? South China Sea. Then which famous state? Malacca state between Sumatra and Malaysia. And then which famous bay? Bay Bengal. Which part of Bay Bengal? Andaman Sea. And then which sea? Arabian Sea. Then which Gulf? Gulf of Aden. Then which famous strait? Bab al Mandab. Near which country? Where China is installing or establishing the naval base? Djibouti. Then which sea? Red Sea. Which canal in Egypt? Suez Canal. Then reaching to which sea? Mediterranean Sea. Then through Mediterranean Sea, it could reach to number of European countries. So ultimately connecting China to Europe via Indian Ocean and which part of Pacific Ocean? South China Sea. So here one hurdle China is observing in South China Sea and Malacca Strait, especially Malacca Strait. So gradually China is influencing this area, and one kind of major you can say function or you can say celebration of China this particular May month beginning of which initiative? OBOR, in which number of countries participating? Can you tell me that South China Sea you should discuss in the light of Parcel Island, Spratly Island, Nine Dash Line and neighboring countries? Can you tell me OBOR has one more area, one more component? Which component? The Silk Road Economic Belt. Silk Road Economic Belt is basically mainly oceanic or land route? Land route. And China is controlling or try to make one infrastructure this side of China that we call Western China, Eastern China. Western China, and one province is there. Which area? Xinjiang or Xinjiang even pronounced, largest province of China in which Muslim population is more, especially Uyghur tribe even, we discussed already. And China is involving Xinjiang area to connect China to Central Asia. Which Asia? Central Asia. Central Asia means which countries? Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, etc. And then it is going to which area? Iran. And then Iran means West Asia. So through Xinjiang, China is trying to link which Asia? Central Asia and West Asia. Which Central Asian country? Mainly Kazakhstan. And which West Asian country? For example, Iran. And then through Iran, it can go to Iraq and Turkey. And through Turkey, it can reach to which continent? Europe. That would be land route or sea route? Land route. But it would be only land route or one more land route, China? China is basically even using one more province of China in the north that we call, other than Xinjiang, Heilongjiang province of the China. This province of China, Heilongjiang, China is connecting this area for which country first of all? Mongolia. And through Mongolia, China could enter which country? Russia. And through Russia, China could enter to Europe via Poland or Belarus, and then Germany and also Belgium. And recently China completed one train network here up to UK. That is a 12,000 kilometer journey from London to one place in China in this area, Yiwu. So Yiwu to London journey. But this was via Russia or via Central Asia? Via Russia. Mongolia, then Russia, then Belarus, then Poland, then Germany. The map you must know that it would connect this Heilongjiang province basically for which Silk Road economic belt? China, Mongolia, Russia, and which countries would be there? Belarus, and then Poland, and then which country of Europe? Germany, then Belgium, then France, and then via English Channel, one tunnel, then London or UK. This route, January, China has shown that trains could go. And through Mediterranean Sea, this route they can go to a number of other countries of Southern Europe. and through this area, Xinjiang province, they can connect Central Asia, West Asia. And through Maritime Silk Road, they could also connect Africa. So how many continents are involved in this initiative? 2 or 3? Which 3 continents? Eurasia, Europe, Asia, and also Africa, Djibouti, etc. Eastern Africa or Western Africa mainly? Eastern Africa. And China is celebrating OBOR, and China is inviting number of countries. Unfortunately, one more country is very much willing to part of this OBOR, neighboring country of India. Which country other than Pakistan? Nepal. Nepal announced that Nepal will be part of OBOR, and China has proposed that south of Xinjiang, which famous area? Tibet, and Chinese trains are running in Tibet, and Chinese train is connecting Beijing and which part of Tibet? Lhasa. But China is trying to connect Lhasa to Kathmandu. Not only Kathmandu, but Pokhara and also other famous area of Nepal. China recently convinced Nepal to lay down the railway track. So we would observe within few years, Chinese railway track would come to the Nepal, very close to Indian border. So that is a threat for this kind of way China is expanding. And Nepal recently announced that it is very much willing to become part of OBOR. China even offered Bangladesh. Which port China is trying to develop in Bangladesh? Chittagong port. China has even talked to Bhutan even. Let's see Bhutan is willing or not. China even said that this Lhasa railway track will also go to Bhutan border. So we are observing that even China is trying to connect from Tibet. Which part of Tibet? So if I want to know, Tibet is being used to connect which Asia? South Asia. And Heilongjiang is used for which area of China, which area of other countries? Russia, Mongolia. And China is using Xinjiang for which area? Central Asia and West Asia. And China is also considering religious perspective, cultural perspective. Tibet area mainly Buddhist area. China is trying to link Buddhist countries on this basis, Nepal. And Xinjiang Muslim based, then connecting Central Asia and West Asia. So this way the things are going on. Could you tell me that one belt, one road would be one route or number of routes? Only sea route, also land route? Land routes, number of land route, number of sea route. And to connect SRB and MSR, then China is also using Pakistan area as well as the POK area for which corridor? CPEC, that would connect MSR and SREB. And which place of SREB? Kashgar in Xinjiang and Gwadar in Pakistan, Balochistan zone. So map of Balochistan is important. Balochistan is the largest province of Pakistan. At the coast of that Arabian Sea, China is developing which port in Pakistan? Gwadar. So Chinese goods are coming to Gwadar via POK. Are we willing to become part of this corridor or not? This corridor we are calling by which name? China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, $45 billion investment, not only for road, rather railway track, pipeline, hydropower plant. And unfortunately, Indian perspective is that as it is passing through POK, POK is disputed territory. Therefore, acceptance of India of this particular part, if we become part of that, then we will lose the moral ground that we can claim it is our area. So CPEC we have denied, but China has even given one more proposal to India that if you can't become part of CPEC, then BCIM you could be part of that. BCIM means Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar. In China, in South China, one city is there, Kunming, and one city in Myanmar, Mandale, one city of Bangladesh, Dhaka, and Indian city, Kolkata. Kolkata to Kunming via Dhaka and Mandale, and passing through also which area of India? Northeast. So we are, if we can become part of OBOR area, this initiative, then in which area we are willing slightly? BCIM. Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar. Which place of Bangladesh? Dhaka. But it would begin from which area of India? Kolkata. In Myanmar, it will pass through which city? Mandale. Also in China, which city, last city? Kunming. So BCIM corridor. China will develop even BCIM corridor here. China is discussing with Bangladesh and also Myanmar, and some construction we are observing even in this part. So BCIM and CPEC ultimately also the part of which initiative? OBOR. And BCIM and CPEC important for which reason? Also the part of South Asia and trying to connect SREB and MSR. One by Pakistan, one by Myanmar and Bangladesh, you can say. So China can enter Bay Bengal via which route? BCIM. And China directly entering Arabian Sea via which route? CPEC. And China is focusing on entire OBOR, more focus on which route? Train route, but which train route? Freight train. Goods train. So we are observing more focus on freight part. So world is changing in infrastructure. Himalayas, mountains are no more barrier. Number of projects we are observing in high mountain chain of Central Asia and Chinese area, Mongolia area by Chinese efforts. So you can discuss through the map, especially OBOR and South China issue. And just if I say that in the map, once again, if I say that this area, if I say it is Heilongjiang province, which corridor this one? Or which part of OBOR? Silk Road economic belt connecting which province of China? Heilongjiang to which country? Mongolia to which country? Russia to which country? Belarus, then which country? Poland, then Germany, and Belgium, and France, and up to which? UK. China is also trying to connect Xinjiang province, you can say, north of India, and purpose is to connect Kazakhstan, also which country? Iran, and also which country? Turkey, and then going to Europe. Also number of countries would lie. And China is also trying to connect Tibet area to connect by which country? Nepal, and also discussing with Bhutan. That would be for South Asia. And China also talking about southern China, which corridor that will pass through this area? BCIM up to Kolkata from Kunming, K to K. And China also trying to connect to itself in Xinjiang through Kashgar. Which route? CPEC, passing through POK and also Balochistan and some other area, northwest province of Pakistan till Gwadar. And if I say that which sea this one? South China Sea. Where which island this one? Parcel which island this one? Spratly, which shoal is there? Scarborough Shoal. And which sea this one? It is East China Sea. In front of which country? Japan. And in East China Sea, which dispute is there? On one island in East China Sea, Senkaku Island. Senkaku Island belonging to which country? Japan is controlling these islands rather than China. And China asking these islands from Japan. So we are observing that China is not happy with its own territory. China has bigger design that some land of other countries should also be there on the name of historical agreements of the past. And China is calling these islands by Senkaku or other name. China calling these islands by one name. Daewoo, you can say the kind of name. Daewoo Island China is calling rather than Senkaku. So China also changing the name. China has done the same thing in Arunachal, changing the name of Tawang side and other side. So China first of all does one thing, changing the name, making its own Diao and Mandarin language using, and then slowly entering other And we are observing that through OBOR, number of countries are in influence of China in recent time. They are basically feeling a kind of future for them. But infrastructure, we say, it is better for the entire world competition. And it will put also competition for number of countries, either US or India or Australia or Japan. Can you tell me, recently even India announced one kind of project, that is ITI and DKD and Y. In I for one city of Turkey, Istanbul, T for capital city of Iran, Tehran, and which city of Pakistan even? Islamabad. Train route, India proposed here, and D for Delhi, and K for Kolkata, and this D for Dhaka. Ultimately, it will link to Yangon in future. Yangon means Myanmar. And we also talked about proposed railway line, South Asian railway line, connecting Turkey to this, Islamabad to Dhaka, Delhi, Kolkata, Dhaka. But this route, South Asian Railway project, that is going up to Istanbul. But if I want to know what is the hurdle here, then obviously hurdle is Pakistan. And Pakistan is basically, we are observing that Pakistan is more willing to allow CPEC corridor rather than this corridor. But we don't have alternative. So it depends on the Pakistan, you can say, the approach. In March, this agreement was there, but could not be held, this agreement. So we are observing that in this competition, number of railway tracks, road development would take place, not only in China and neighboring countries, but also by other efforts as well. That would be good for entire world in future. Okay, in the last, you can discuss in Gulf countries, one area I do believe that this area you must have this, which countries are there? Anyone of you can tell me that which famous countries in Gulf nation? Those are touching the Mediterranean Sea. For example, due to IS activities or Daesh, this area has become very much important, this Mediterranean Sea. And here we have which land? This side we have the kind of land that we call, it is Black Sea. And here we have one Turkey. And south of Turkey, it is Black Sea, northward. And Turkey southward of Black Sea. And Turkey is touching even Mediterranean Sea and also northward Black Sea. Any one of you can tell me that south of Turkey, this country, which country here? It is Syria. So Syria, south of Turkey, touching also Mediterranean Sea. This sea is Mediterranean Sea. And one more country is there that is touching Mediterranean Sea here, Lebanon. And south of Lebanon, one more name you all know which country I'm talking about. This is Israel. Israel is also touching Mediterranean Sea. So southward Israel. So if I say Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, and Israel, north to south arrangement, Turkey, then Syria, Lebanon, and then which country? Israel. All are touching which sea? Mediterranean Sea. But Israel is also touching one more area here, and Israel tip is also touching which sea? Also Red Sea. So Israel is touching Mediterranean Sea as well as Red Sea. And this country, Israel, is having this kind of map. One side of Israel, which sea? Mediterranean Sea. But this side of Israel, which sea? Red Sea. And this side of Israel, which area? West Bank. And this side of area on Mediterranean Sea, that is also touching Egypt also. Which area? Gaza. On Gaza side, we have one kind of land. This land is belonging to Egypt, that we even call Sinai area. Why this area remained in use a lot? Due to IS activities. Especially if I want to know that in Syria, this country Syria, in this side Syria, this particular city slightly south of Turkey, that is hub of IS activity. So Raqqa is very close to northern Syria, this side. Also one more city that is very close to Mediterranean Sea, that is Aleppo. Also one more area remained in use a lot in recent times. One name is which name? Where chemical weapons have been used by Syria government, Sheikhul. One name has been, you can say, one city is there in Syria. That is, I think you can go for this Sheikhun, and one more word is used for this area. Chemical weapons have been used in large, you can say, in Syria. But Aleppo location towards Mediterranean Sea side and Raqqa location towards eastern side. Eastern side, one more country is there, touching Turkey border. That is which country here? Iraq. And north of the Iraq, which city this one, the hub of the IS activities? Mosul, that is second biggest city of Iraq after Baghdad. Mosul, northward of Iraq. So this time the some cities Mosul, Raqqa in Syria and Iraq here. And location of Israel. Also south of Iraq, which country? Saudi Arabia. And south of Saudi Arabia, which country? Yemen. Jordan on this side. Slightly this side, Jordan. Jordan touching Israel. If I want to know that this country is Israel, then one side of Israel touching this side, Jordan. And this side, which country? Syria. And also this country? Lebanon. And this side, which country this side? Egypt. And this sea, which sea? Mediterranean Sea. And this sea? Red Sea. And this particular country, Israel. And could you tell me that it is Jordan, it is Lebanon, it is Syria, and once we go to this side, then which country this one? Iraq. That's why IS hub in that zone. So location wise, if you have good idea of the map, you can easily consider, okay, why more activities in nearby area. Syria, Iraq, both are neighboring countries where hold of the IS. Aleppo, Raqqa in Syria and Mosul in Iraq. Also, one more country remained in news in recent times, south of Saudi Arabia. Which country? Yemen country, due to civil war in Yemen as well. So please go through the Gulf countries, especially and Mediterranean Sea route. And this route, if I say once again, in this particular map, if I say that this country is which country this one? Turkey. And which country this one? Syria. And which country this one? Iraq. Which country is here? Lebanon. And also which country here? The Israel and Jordan here. And which country? Saudi Arabia. Which country? Yemen here. So some complicated map definitely, but if you want to make short map, then it would be easy for you to draw the, you can see. And after this part, I would say that only thing you have to know that if people will migrate from Syria, then they will take which route? Mediterranean route. Either they could go to Turkey or they could go to this part of the Mediterranean Sea. And this sea we call by one name, Aegean Sea. Which sea? Aegean Sea. That is part of which sea? Aegean Sea is part of Mediterranean Sea. So maximum migrants are following Aegean Sea route from Syria to reach Greece, and via Greece they would reach to Serbia side, etc. Then other European countries. Number of issues are there. Germany election of future, also French election, Le Pen and also Macron. The kind of terms are coming. So changes are occurring in Europe due to Syria issue and recent migration. and this part you can discuss. So I think endless entire discussion, because world is so large we can't discuss entire part, but some map you can draw, master map, which I have drawn. But I would say my WhatsApp number you have. Do not hesitate, because it is the time in which any doubt would be there. You can discuss, and if you think that it is necessary, then you can talk also on that number. So thank you very much. All the very best. Huh?